Whoa. Oh, that was fucking stupid. But that's a good thing. We love being stupid. Ah. I thought that the time has come to like chat a little. To chat about where this channel is going and things like that. Mongolian, hello, welcome. You're very fast. You're very quick. In a couple of seconds, you're here already. What's up? You look healthy. Is that a good thing? Skin looks nice, cock skin look better. Yes. To be honest, uh, I ate a little bit more pork and I started developing like acne, and I also ate some fried food. I guess fat is good for the brain, but you know, it's very unhealthy for the rest of the body, like talking about the veins and arteries and clogging and everything else, but yeah. And today I ate a lot of weird stuff. Basically today is my cheat day, you know. So that's probably why I look that good. Got a lot more energy, you know. Fat does have shitloads of calories compared to protein and everything else, but I don't know. So far my body is kind of reacting well to it, but I just have to not overdose with it. I don't eat pork. It's a good thing. It's a smart thing. Eating pork is quite shitty. Only from time to time it makes sense. So, yeah. Pork is like poison, dude. After you prepare some kind of ground meat or whatever, ground pork, the whole pan ends up being coated in fat, and then you wash it out and it's like it gets sticky, it gets everywhere. So it's like even scary to think about where that fat goes in your body, you know. Straight into the hips and ass, obviously. But yeah, like I don't really have a idea of what game to play right now. I kinda do, to be honest. I'm lying. But for the record, you know, let's make it more entertaining. But basically, I want a multiplayer game, obviously. And CSGO, like CS2 now, I researched it quite a bit nowadays. It seems like surfing is not working. Like when they released CS2, they fucked everything up quite a bit. And the server browser, the dedicated server browser, and modding tools like map creation tools and stuff like that is not available, or like doesn't work as it's supposed to. And it seems like Valve has kind of abandoned CS2 for like 8 months already, and there's a giant cheating problem. Like a few major YouTubers have quit playing CSGO until CS2, until everything gets fixed. And knowing Valve, we don't even know what is happening inside their heads. We don't really know if they're gonna abandon the game or if they're gonna continue developing it. Because, okay, let's look at Team Fortress 2, right? A game from ages ago. Like, is it like approaching 20 years now? It's ridiculous how long it is. It still has community. Updates have dwindled, died down, and it took Valve forever to release anything else related to the game. Um, so they ended up jumping from game to game, developing one game, another game. With CSGO, it was their horse recently they rode on, and they were collecting a lot of money out of it. With CS2, the release of they re-released basically it on Source 2 engine, which was supposed to make the game a lot easier to modify and operate and change. But with everything the way it is right now, that doesn't seem to be the case because they abandoned the game for 8 months. So, I shouldn't be the one talking shit about Valve because I also abandon shit all the time, whatever I create or do, my channels, my streams, everything else, just goes to shit from time to time. But yeah, selecting a game to play right now, that kind of influenced me. So if CS2 gets fixed, all of its problems solved with cheaters and bugs and everything else, I will probably play it. But the way it is right now, I don't know what Valve is gonna do. Are they gonna abandon it like they did with TF2 and other potential games they had absolute control of without, expanding their development team and hiring more people? I know that they work by the community modding drive and everything else, but it seems like the modding tools are not available either for the community with CS2. So all things considered, as much as I would like to return to CS2, it's probably not gonna happen until everything gets fixed. Because I would be quite stupid to jump back into the game that's worse than the game I left, you know? And some companies do that, with updates, they screw up the games, like Blizzard, RuneScape, Jagex. Um, they released Classic WoW, Blizzard, right? Because they released so many patches, expansion packs, and stuff like that, and they went too far. Community ended up leaving, so they released Classic WoW, playing on everyone's nostalgia. Same thing happens with Jagex. They update RuneScape, they release many new updates, they upgrade the graphics, they release new engine, and boom, community hates it, they start leaving because of the weird decisions like the ability to buy levels, buy experience. So they release Classic RuneScape, and the community goes back to Classic RuneScape. What is Valve gonna do? Are they continue with Are they going to continue with CS2? Are they going to re-release CSGO? I have no idea. To be honest, when CS came out, it was also a very crappy game. It was originally developed not even by Valve. They hired some third-party company, and after that they modified the engine a lot until it became CSGO. But that took very long time, many years, until CSGO ended up being in a playable condition. Sorry, I back phone call. Don't worry about it. I'm just like talking to myself and talking for people who are gonna watch the stream later. Instead of just not doing anything, I'm just gonna wonder, like learning to talk to myself, I guess. But what I'm saying is that the current state of CS, it's not satisfactory at all. And judging by the recent videos I watched on YouTube, like sure, there are people getting a lot of views off of the videos they make with CS and stuff. But Even the player count is going up, so that's a good thing also, but it seems like the cheating problem is way out of hand. And I don't know what Valve is gonna do with the CS2, if they're gonna abandon it like TF2, because they are working on that new game that leaked not long ago. It's an open beta or closed beta, I'm not even sure. I think it's closed beta. Um, I don't even remember what it's called, but it's like third person hero shooter with skills and everything else, which is very ironic that Valve would do a third person shooter, because with third person shooters it's extremely easy to abuse the angles and stuff. You know, you can keep your character behind the wall and just shoot out of the camera so the enemy will not even see your character. It's very fucking strange. I guess you can counteract that by giving everyone fast abilities, fast movement and stuff like that. Then it becomes almost like a arena shooter. But I will never look seriously at a game that is third person as a competitive game. There will always be super high advantages in certain areas. So I kind of want to play an online game. I want to like interact with people. I wanted to have microphone support. I want something like that. And looking at the viewer count on Twitch, which is kind of bullcrap, you know, because with Twitch there are a lot of bots and stuff like that. But looking at this stuff, I kind of looked deeper into Valorant, which, you know, some people are gonna be like, "Ooh, Valorant, are you insane? Like, it's made by the Chinese, you know, League of Legends developers and whatnot." But the updates seem to be quite frequent. A lot of heroes, game modes, not sure how many, but there seems to be a lot of stuff that you can learn on the game. I'm not sure if I would like it or not, but I'm seriously considering playing Valorant. I don't know if you guys have tried it or I guess Michael Bay is making Skibidi Toilet movie. Yeah, I saw that. It's funny because back in the day, internet was inspired by movies and media and everything they saw on the TV. And nowadays, well, sure, back in the day, internet would go balls deep into cruelty, like guts and blood, like on Newgrounds with Flash animations and everything else. It was Wild Westy comparatively to the TV. But nowadays it's quite ironic because legacy media is really dying and they're trying to get as many views and as much attention as they can as long as they still have control. So it's like children are using iPads since they're 3 years old and tablets and mobile phones. So they end up watching YouTube and they end up watching these stupid ass videos. And Skibidi Toilet is one of those. And the youth from birth, they're watching and are interested in these weird fucking goofy ass, kind of like what we were watching on TV in the 90s with Cow and Chicken, Ren and Stimpy, you know, Powerpuff Girls, SpongeBob, these creepy Nickelodeon like stuff kind of now exists on the internet. And TV has become extremely regulated when it comes to children's media. So a cartoon like Courage the Cowardly Dog nowadays would probably not see the light of day, which probably is a good thing, but at the same time is a bad thing. Children are really interested in scary stuff sometimes, but they have this effect of like facing the scary thing, but then crying, then facing it again, like wanting, not wanting it, and it's like that's where Five Nights at Freddy's comes from, and like Granny or whatever, like these Zoomer generation, younger generation, not Zoomer, Gen Alpha or whatever, I don't know. But they seem to be interested in stuff like that. It's a human thing, right? Watching weird, fucked up things that kind of are making you feel fucking weird somehow. So either way, but knowing the Elsa Gate, there's a lot of weird, bad shit on YouTube also that seems to be removed now. I don't know. Maybe there's some other deep rabbit hole nowadays. But all things considered, yeah, Skibidi Toilet and other children's entertainment that shouldn't really be children's entertainment, it's very popular. So now Hollywood and legacy media is looking at the internet and trying to copy stuff and bring that on the TV so that they could bring back the ratings from the internet audience. It's very strange. It it's the same thing that happened on the Colbert show or whatever with Skibidi Biden. It's like, what the fuck was that? But yeah, I don't know where the world is going. It's definitely going to weird places, but it's nothing we haven't seen before. Like, I kind of feel like our generation has already seen weird cartoons from the youth, from the childhood, extremely early childhood, and we turned out extremely fucked up. So, with today's youth, they will end up even more fucked up, which is great, you know? So, yeah. Michael Bay is gonna do Scooby-Doo Toilet movie or something like that. It's quite weird because a lot of these old video games were adapted on the big screens on the TV, like Halo movie, Fallout movie, but most of the reception was quite ass, like by people who have played the games, it feels like, but it helps to bring in new audiences into the games. So whatever happens nowadays, it seems to be the draw into the internet and into gaming, not into the TV. It seems like when they release a movie or a TV series related to a video game, they're trying to get the audience back, the gaming audience, you know, and make money off of that. But it seems like a lot of gamers just never got into the TV, or if they did, they only did that when they were very young. And later they evolved into actually having control over what they watch because they got tired of either the commercials or having to wait for 30 minutes of Desperate Housewives until they get to watch some kind of Simpsons episode or whatever, you know. That's the problem with TV is that you need to wait for the program and it's very shitty. Of course, you get exclusivity, you know. So episode airs for the first time everywhere and everyone's like waiting or whatever, but TV will never have the power it had during the 80s where let's say everyone in America was waiting for the final Seinfeld episode, you know, and everyone were watching it and chatting about it. So that will never happen because internet killed the video star, kind of. And, you know, internet star will also get killed by somebody at some point, but right now, as it is, internet is the king, baby. Broadcasting yourself, you know, and stuff like that. So, yeah. What has the next generation done to us? We are literally turning into idiocracy. But at the same time, like even the simplest jobs nowadays require so much more compared to how much they used to, you know, ask for while trying to get a job. Back in the day, if you could calculate, you can read, it's like, ooh, that's fucking good. If you have a degree, ooh, that's even better. You're hired. And nowadays, it's like, Oh, you want to be a cashier? How many years of experience as a cashier do you have? Oh, do you know how to use XYZ? Do you know how to use the computer? Can you speak in three languages? Um, could we offer a lower wage? Would you be okay with that? Okay, I see. Oh, you cannot speak Russian. Oh, sorry, even though you're a computer engineer, we cannot hire you as a simple cashier at a chocolate store, or whatever. It's quite mind-blowing. And no one is willing to teach any worker anything nowadays. Back in the day, if you could show the boss, the manager, that you had a brain, that you were capable of getting a degree, the idea was that, oh, this guy can probably learn this skill, and he could probably get in on it and do it. Of course, the population growth had something to do with it, you know, expansion of immigration, the birth rate increase, longevity, pensions, pension age becoming higher. So it seems like jobs that used to belong to teenagers are now being taken by older immigrants. So now the teenagers cannot really start off very well, and then they end up going into jobs according to their specialty, and sometimes it's so comparatively overwhelming that you would just rather be a toilet cleaner than a fucking engineer or whatever, because wages barely differ. Okay, let's say you're a security guard. Okay, you're getting like 800 to 900 euros. Let's say you're a IT support, help desk or whatever, you're getting from 1000 to 1200. So is 1/3 of the wage increase worth all the overtime and ass pain and always, turning your head around? Oh, this shit doesn't work. Google it, read it, oh, it's overtime again. Of course not. Like, you would rather do a simple job at this point because all jobs are basically being paid the same. Yeah, I only play second person games myself. What is second person? I know first person and I know third person. Second person is what? What the hell? I still don't find any good examples. No idea. It's probably behind the shoulder, but that's pretty much the third person as I imagine, so. I don't think that it even exists. I think I'm getting trolled. Hmm. I missed Uvu's messages, by the way, sorry. Hey, boobers. Hey, wait, let me move these files. I skipped push day yesterday because I felt like someone beat me up and threw me in a dumpster, and today I'm skipping too because I don't feel like it. Yes, that's going to happen. That's overtraining. You should do a Mass Effect series 100% playthrough so you'll choose every no. Super Auto Pets is a nice free multiplayer game. Hello, is the right granny righted here? What the My biceps are like mountains before they were like a bump in the road. That's awesome. I am the game. That's nice. Rule 34, Michael Bay. Yeah. I bet if I went on Rule 34, I could find something related to Michael Bay. I don't even know what the fuck he looks like. He's like a meme. Oh, fuck. He's a strange looking fella. He's a odd looking duck. Looks a little bit like my roommate from the hair. Kasukas. The ground has opened up and the devil has used the elevator to climb out of the pit. Well, you're kinda correct, kinda not. One level support receives 1k, but at one level usually works women or students. If you have brains, you will get to the second level support in few years, even without a degree. Exactly. That's why being a toilet cleaner is better. Guys, never strive for much in life. Um, you will never get paid for nothing. So, if the job is paying a lot of money, that means that you have a lot of responsibilities that you have to put upon yourself. So at the end of the day, it's barely ever worth it. It's better to just, if you're going balls deep into something, I guess just start a business or look for a niche or something like that. But as long as you're being hired by somebody, you're getting paid well, that means you're doing a job that is very difficult and nobody wants to do. That's usually the case, you know. You're not getting paid for nothing. That's not the case. But if you manage to adapt some early technology, some new invention and sell it, like be one of the first person, for example, in your country to sell that kind of stuff, then you can make a lot of money. Until there will be a lot of competition, then your business will start dwindling, and that's when you jump on a new opportunity. But nowadays, Koyasukas, he just should start some crypto company, collect a lot of investments from some kind of ICO, initial coin offering or whatever, and then just become the CEO, like pay yourself huge wages, build a house, and then bankrupt the company. And you know, that's what people are doing nowadays mostly. Or you can just be a scammer, like scam NFTs, pretend that you're releasing a good product and then just disappear with the investments. True, but even while cleaning toilets, you have a lot of responsibilities. True, true. You can fuck up expensive toilets, yes, with shitty chemicals, yes. No, you need to buy high and sell low. It depends on how you look at crypto, you know. If you look at it like investments, yes, that's usually what happens. You're going to end up buying high and selling low. But if you notice something somewhere, some kind of opportunity to make money, sometimes it even happens like in actual crypto businesses, you know, like staking, crypto mining, some new coin that has potential, you know. Look at people who bought monkey NFTs, right? They also became millionaires when the boom happened. the bubble inflated. But after that, it just collapses. But it's the same everywhere. That's the exact same concept in businesses and the same as in crypto. If you're an early adopter, you can make a lot of money. It's the same with technology, it's the same with everything, to be honest. Of course, you can create a brand, like sell it, buy some cheap stuff off of China, add your logo to it, and then just create like a brand. But there are many ways, but all of them take shitloads of time, money, blood, and sweat. And at the end of the day, the easiest path is usually the best one. Everyone's looking for the easy path to make money. But where is it? Money does not grow on trees. Maybe the easiest way to make money is to get some kind of medical disorder, you know, some kind of mental illness, and then you can get paid by the government, and then you don't have to do anything. And that sounds like a great idea. But yeah, I never usually create streams like this when I just talk, but it's a lot better because I can just not focus on the game and interact very easily with everyone. My biceps are like mountains before they were like a bump in the road. Second person is when you're looking from one character's view, but you're controlling a different character. Really? Or you can be CEO and do nothing and get paid 35,000. Yeah, but then you gotta like satisfy the investors and everything else. Of course, you could run the company into the ground. But then you will probably never get hired as a CEO ever again. Yeah, because you talk shit. I'm sorry. CEO doing nothing. LOL. There have been some CEOs that really fuck up the company, then they hire another CEO. They try to fix it. Or usually what happens in crypto companies, not in regular ones. Because, attempting to fix a company happens in the real world companies. But with crypto companies, they just step down. After money starts running out, the crypto coins, you cannot cash out enough, and company kind of is it's starting to go under. Then CEOs go like, "Ooh, I'm stepping down, it's time for me to go. See ya." I cannot count how many times that has happened in crypto world. It's ridiculous. Oh yeah, but usually they do something, just not what market wants, or make mistakes like CrowdStrike CEO. Yeah, but then again, you're talking about CEOs of important companies with infrastructure and, you're talking about things that can really go wrong, companies that are like Apple, Google, major companies with CEOs that are super smart and, they don't want the company to go under. It's not a scam, it's like they're getting somewhere. Or like a tech company developing engineering, you know, some kind of mm, electronics, creating drones, military stuff and stuff. Or even manufacturers of chocolate or wood or, physical stuff you can touch. Of course, those companies and CEOs of those companies, they're very important. But if we're talking about companies that were set up to fail, either by angel investors, people just getting a lot of money together, of investors and starting a company, then you become a CEO because you received enough crowd funding to start a company. Like behind the scenes is usually like, how do I fail this company? How do I pay myself out and then just disappear? That's what's happening here. And then later, after some time, you will see the same CEO guy create another crypto, and it's like, we're starting this crypto and previous projects, and they show that they worked on that previous project that is like run into the ground now. So fucking over the investors is a pretty common thing, but I think that it also happens with loans and government funded jobs, because every year government decides to give a lot of money to a certain sector. For example, recently it was lasers. Last year or year before that, a lot of new laser manufacturing companies popped up in Lithuania, and what they were propped up by was the taxpayers' money. The government is subsidizing companies like that, and you can create a company like that, right? And then you can get a government loan, and I don't know, if you fail, I guess you just go bankrupt and fuck off somewhere. But I don't know. Well, I think the smaller the company, the more CEO works. Too much the cum in my the mouth, and on my the nose, in my the eyes, inside my the ears. The Karl Marx is a good guy. But yeah, because I'm thinking about starting to play Valorant. And everyone who is watching this or is going to watch this stream later, the VOD, if you're interested in starting the journey along with me, you can also download Valorant. We can learn together. I think we can get 5 people team, and that's the usual team composition, right? 5 people, 5 versus 5. I don't know. Everyone who is watching will leave, probably. And that's a very fucking sad thing. It's as bad as Kosuga's lying about going fishing. That's also such a fucking shitty thing. Like, imagine for 3 years leading your friend by the nose that you're gonna go fishing with him, and then you never do. Like, what kind of shitty friend do you have to be, Especially when your friend has tried so hard to satisfy you on your birthday. He bought you all of these awesome gifts. And whenever you want him to hang out with you, the friend always does that. And one thing you promise to the friend, you're not able to accomplish because you keep fucking with the car or whatever. Like, quick, keep twirling your fingers on the foreskin of your dick, and it's like you always have stuff to do. Just kidding. But yeah, fuck Ashukas though. Just kidding. Hmm. I play Gapes maybe 2 times a week. I think for a year, mate, probably. But, the offer still stands. It seems like Valorant is not as uh what's the word? I will never remember it. Valorant is not as specific it doesn't require as much accuracy as CSGO does, but at the same time, it does. Like, judging from what I learned about the game, watching the videos, it seems like in Valorant the sprays exist, but they're also built in randomly. Of course, in CSGO and CS2 now, spray patterns also are different. There are three different ones, but they barely change. Like, for example, on the AK-47. It seems like it's always the same, but the spray pattern is not always the same. There are like three different ones, or at least there used to be. In Valorant, the pull down matters because the rest of the spray is usually random, somewhat more random. So the first 3 bullets, the first 5 bullets, or the first number of whatever the amount of bullets, they can be controlled. So in Valorant, it's important to aim accurately, then pull down, and then get a headshot. On CS, it's super important to be super quickly move the crosshair on the enemy and then spray. Of course, depending on the distance and all that, but hunting headshots, it's also not so reliable on CSGO. It seems like it's more reliable on Valorant, but I don't know. I'm a high sense player, so I will probably get my ass beat in Valorant unless I select some kind of hero that can fly around and be very fast, so, that way I could get behind enemies' backs or something. The interesting thing about Valorant, it's basically like CS with the economy, but you also have heroes, so they have their own skill set. It kind of feels like hero mode or Warcraft mode. It's probably hero mode, more like hero mode in 1.6, where you could become like Spider-Man or whatever else like in CS. You get these abilities and the game becomes very fun. It was more deathmatch like, but you get skills and shit. So that was very interesting. Later these modes kinda died. I don't think that hero mode existed on CSGO. Maybe on Source there was a hero mode, but not on CSGO. But what I'm trying to say is that it's possible that Valorant is a fun game. I don't know, but it seems like there are a lot more people playing it compared to CS, and it's a lot more casual friendly, Valorant. And I think that you can get banned on Valorant if you say the N-word in the voice chat. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's made by a Chinese company. The same, I think it was Tencent, the same guys who made League of Legends. And I would probably, once again, I would return to CS2. But judging by how Valve is doing with CS2, it's not worth returning. Cheating is rampant. They haven't fixed the dedicated servers. Modding community is fucked. Surfing is fucked. Creeds climbing is fucked. That was mostly the thing that drew me into CSGO that much. I really loved the mods. And since it's not functioning correctly, and nowadays we have even more cheaters than before. Like back in the day it was fucking hell. And now apparently out of like 10 games, 8 games will have a cheater, obvious cheater. So I don't know where CS2 is going. They really fucked up the launch. They're not fixing anything. Even major YouTubers are leaving CS2. And it seems like with Valorant, they're updating the game a lot more frequently. Because they're living off of the games, the company. They don't have this horse they can ride on whatever happens, like Valve does with Steam. Valve at this point have infinite amount of money. They will never run out. They will forever be doing great. And as fun and cool as their games are, why not just hire separate teams? They're still working with the bare bones in the company. It blows my fucking mind. I will never understand this. Get a team for TF2, get a team for CS2, get a team for Dota 2, get a team for, every major video game you have, and everything will be great, the community will be satisfied. The developers and the modders can coexist with dedicated servers and everything else. I don't know what the fuck Valve is doing. Like, it blows my fucking mind. And recently they also hired the Vogue company that was supposed to help them progress with character development, to create games that are inclusive. It's like, why? You guys were the last holdout. Why the fuck go the same path of bankruptcy? All other companies went bankrupt because they implemented these stupid ideas of wokeness, LGBT, and, everything else in their video games. Stuff that didn't fucking matter at all. I don't know what the fuck is going on behind the scenes involved, but it makes no fucking sense. Maybe just go play CS2, get disappointed, then let's go play WoW. Nah, WoW is... that's a no-go. Gabe is eating packs of Dix cookies, which contains 3k calories each. I remember that autistic guy with his pink cookie interview. And that video was made by a student of art film, college student or whatever, but that's such a good fucking choice for a documentary. Good for him. Imagine going to Valve offices and looking around how they eat and getting interviews from these legends. That's fucking awesome. What was the guy? Was it Albrecht? I don't remember. The guy with the big pink cookie. He was super autistic about everything. I left my butter like in the fridge, and then I found that somebody else has been using it. So now I'm like, I don't remember what he does. He leaves his meals in a very crappy looking bag or whatever. It's kind of funny, but he like openly complained to this film student about about somebody else eating his stuff. Like, somebody opened up the bag and they used my butter. That's kind of funny. I really don't understand Valve. They have so much money. They could put a fridge in every worker's, you know, cabinet, a personal fridge, and a refrigerator and everything else. If they have their own kitchen. To be honest, Gabe Newell ends up playing WoW most of the time. That's what I heard. Like he's super into World of Warcraft. So he probably has no time for anything else. But hey, he managed to survive even doing a pretty shitty job. It's funny, like Valve wins by doing absolutely nothing. Imagine the fucking state of gaming companies nowadays. Valve wins by doing absolutely fucking nothing. Gabe is a real man. Fat plays WoW. his fingers always smell like sausages and penis. That's all he does. He eats sausages and goes to the toilet. Sometimes he mixes up the sausage with his penis. Did you know that people who have this mark on their forehead, they're the chosen ones? It's true. Look it up. We should all just move to United States. And become bums. You have a dick mark on your face. What does that mean? Probably nothing. Valorant. Riot Games. So funny to hear that company's name again. My most watched video is League of Legends video. Riot made League of Legends. And now we're going back to Riot with Valorant. Play for free? Do I have a Riot account? League of Legends accounts are now Riot accounts. You may need to update your account now. Forgot username, forgot password, played on mobile. I forgot everything. What's my email? Please click on the object that is most relevant to the example. What? I guess pumpkin. Pumpkin. If your email matches an existing account, we will send you a username recovery email within a few minutes. If you have not received an email, check your spam folder or contact player support. I think I registered on another email. Shit, I'm sorry, I cannot remember what happened back in 8th grade. It's like almost 20 years ago. I guess this is a guitar. I'm pressing on a guitar. Okay, thank you, CAPTCHA. Oh shit. Riot account update required recovered username. Oh no. Riot account usernames associated with the League of Legends region EU West Rockies. EU Nordic and East Sir Erovskin. Update required? Rockies is not me at all. I'm Roka's bum. I cannot be Rockies anymore. I guess we'll have to create a new account. Don't tell anybody, okay? When were you born? Let's find out how old you are. My birthday is coming up. For my birthday, I'd like to get AIDS. Shit. Password. No idea. Hmm. Cheap viewers on W1NLB2 VWK.top. That's a very easy domain to remember. Video which was made 12 years ago? You need to create more videos. I probably do. That's the problem with streaming. It's a lot more simple to do, but streaming really becomes viable once you're already popular. Or you could, like, create shorts out of the stream and then, make the video. But nowadays, the standards on YouTube and video creation are very high. If you're making a documentary, a guide, or analyzing the game, you need to create a fucking masterpiece with, great moving icons and everything else. And it's like, I don't have the knowledge for it. I'm too stupid. But yeah, videos take shitloads of time to produce, but if you put in a lot of work, they might end up being very good. They might end up drawing in a lot of views for a very, very long time. Especially if you get popular in a certain game and you get associated with the game and if you enjoy playing that game, and then it's absolutely perfect. For example, like if I were to make CS GO videos, right? The guides or funny gameplays or whatever, and if I get a lot of views, then I could just stream and people would come in because they, found me on YouTube, and then it's like infinite growth. Then I could hire somebody and he would create shorts out of my streams, and then it's extra growth, and I become a billionaire. Now it's time to get the first step into through the door, right? So we gotta write a scenario now. Okay, you wrote a scenario. Then what? Okay, and now we need to voice it. Okay, we voice it. We check the audio. We clean it up. We make it sound good. Okay, now we must edit the footage, the graphics, add everything, add sound effects, and then you release the video, and it takes like what, fucking 10 years? Yes. But at least, the quality is better than just. Also, a huge benefit is that you can just put your thoughts on a paper. Since I'm not a native English speaker, I cannot speak English very fluently, so that could also help. But I mean, my thoughts just kind of trip one on another. So some people exceed in writing scenarios, other people exceed in doing live gaming stuff or just live presentations. I'm good at none of those things. So that's a good thing. Let's try to build something with the shitty fucking possibilities. Create videos similar to oversimplified. No, actually, the best videos to create are top 5 videos. They're doing the best on my channel. A lot of dislikes, but a lot of views. And you will attract a lot of gay views. Probably. You have no idea how long it takes to create a video. It gets super annoying. You get lethargic very quickly, and it's like after you finish one video, it's like, oh, no more, no more ever. And then you would have to do it again the next day, you know? I don't know, I'm just not fit for this world, you know? I basically have a soul of a worm. So if I were a worm, everything would be great for me, you know? I would just dig around shit, you know, digest the shit, eat it. I would be always wet and slimy, you know? Maybe somebody would capture me and put me on a hook, or some animal would eat me. So that would suck. But overall, like, I was supposed to be born either a worm or a jellyfish. Jellyfish is also very cool. Like, to be a jellyfish, I would love that. I made so much money in my time, you can't even comprehend. 1 million videos, best videos. No one created better videos. Yes. I have never seen a single video made by you. I'm pretty sure you have done something. Or maybe I have. Haven't you created some World of Warcraft video back in the day? Of naked dancing Tauren, kissing each other with their wet noses, grabbing each other's dicks, massaging each other's asses? Am I mixing something up? Probably. Password. Huh. I agree to these terms. I will become a genuine dick sucker. You've been signed out. You know why I respect you guys? Because nobody tried to snipe my profile, you know? Even though I have the access to the email, but somebody could have stolen my account name or whatever, but nobody took it. Like, you were watching the stream and nobody decided to register Roka's bum on Riot Games. So thank you so much. Why does it show me leagueoflegends.com? I want Valorant. What the fuck is League of Legends Wild Rift? Now on mobile? That's insane. League of Legends on mobile? What the fuck? Dude. I remember playing League of Legends. It's a pretty fucking cool game. Kosukas, is there a game you would like to play with me? Like, try it out? Like League of Legends or Valorant? You should have... You should have been born as a seahorse and bear a child. That's so interesting how they bear live children. They don't come out of roe, they don't come out of eggs, but they just blow out the youth, the babies, they squirt out the children. Now that's proof that God is real. Israel. Get it? Because in seahorses, men have children. That's not true. Xbox Series XX. How to play? Download the game. Install Valorant.exe. How many gigabytes Digimon do I need for this game? Gigimon. Oh shit, I need to delete Mass Effect. Shoo out of my computer, you fucking demon. $75 hours of playtime. 3 games, but okay, I think it's gone. 47.7 gigabytes. It's okay. Advanced options. See Riot Games. It's okay, we kinda want it fast. Windows Defender Firewall has blocked some features. Fuck it, allow it. Kill me. Kill me, Pete. Riot Client. Stay signed in will allow you to get back to play faster. You will become one of the Borg. Enable two-factor authentication, yes. I need that. Wait a second, I'm doing stuff, okay? Your email is unverified. I would like to verify it, yes. You're all set. You have successfully verified your email address. Awesome. Enabled. It's only email based? How is that secure? Yo, man. Das ist scheiße. You have successfully enabled two-factor authentication. Damn, I'm doing so well right now. Everything just works. Oh, social sign-in. Why the fuck do I need that? Your Riot ID is used by players to find you through the social panel in our games. Set up your Riot ID now. What the fuck is the point? Wait a bit. I'm super confused. Oh, okay. Communication preferences. Shout at my dick, and I will come home to eat the food you have prepared. Account details, settings, whatever settings. Open Riot client on startup. No. Valorant install. AMD Ryzen 3 1200. Even I can run this shit. It's such a smart move. That's where Riot is very fucking smart. They're so fucking clever. They never required very strong settings. Your PC can be shit. That's why everyone in the world used to play League of Legends. It's the same with TF2, with Valve. Back in the day, they understood that, okay, cartoony graphics equals you don't need very good quality graphics. They were so smart. With CSGO, it was so fucking horribly, what's the word? They were so, CSGO was very horribly optimized. And the more updates they did, the worse it got. With CS2, I don't know what the requirements are. It's probably something fucking ridiculous. Don't fucking write shit to me, boy. I'm gonna kill you. So basically, is fucking I'm gay. That's what I'm saying. Like Riot always knows what it's all about. It's cartoony graphics, so that the third world people could play the game. Same with FPS, same with League of Legends, same with everything else. Fucking clever. 10 out of 10. Thank you, China. What is this? Create your Riot ID. What the fuck is the tagline? Oh, it's like a number? Can it be like 777? I did. My name is Rokas Bum. Hashtag 7777. They also have their own anti-cheat. Vanguard. Maybe it's better than VAC, I don't know. After installation, a reboot of your computer will be necessary. This will probably take forever. I'm not sure if the stream is gonna start breaking up because I'm downloading and streaming and creaming. He's cookie, he's fooky, and everything's goody. Would you still love me if I really need to turn off the Facebooks? Oh no, it's still working on the phone. I'm retired. I love you. Would you still love me if I was a worm? Yes, so I would love you if you were a worm. Especially a gummy worm, I would eat you. Would you still love me if I was a worm? That's the same message, you retard. Nobody wants your F word name. That is true, you fuck. Seahorses are men. I want to kill myself not to play new games. What? You have the perfect life. You have cats, you have a dog, you have a wife, you have a rich dad, you have a rich mom, you're rich yourself, you have a lot of cars, and you always repair them. What is there not to like? You go to work, you go back home, you eat some cheese, you eat some pig, some pork, you go back to sleep, you go to work. Weekend comes, you repair your car, it doesn't work. 2 years later, you're still working on your house, which you have like somewhere in the fields. You have land, you have a house, you're building a bunker to protect against the Soviet invasion. You have everything. What do you want from life? Maybe you need to find Jesus, huh? Maybe you should go fishing with your bro. No? Okay. Maybe you should go drinking with your other bro. The other guy would go drinking with you at any point in time. So yeah. Now I would also would like to kill myself if I had a job. I don't know how people do it. I cannot. I'm so scared of having a job. Fuck that. Wait few more years, I will lose all hope and have more time for games and patience. Wait 2 more years, everyone will be living in fucking bunkers. Nah, everyone will be dead. Chinese spyware anti-cheat. That's true. Koshuka says, shut the fuck up. What did I do wrong now? You understand that I'm autistic. Isn't Olympic swimming right now? Uh, uh, trying to watch it live. Will it work? I cannot download and watch the live and... Fuck.
Ta pati - laisvė, gryną orą ir skaniausia juoda duona.
Kartos keičiasi, ryšys išlieka, visiems viena agotos duona.
What the fuck? This isn't swimming. There's some guy in a wheelchair riding. So beautiful.
240 metų meistriškumo, žengiant ekstra mylę link pergalių. Švyturys - tai, ką sugebame geriausiai.
What?
Gerai, kad mėgstame tą patį - laisvė, gryną orą ir skaniausia juoda duona.
We've already watched this fucking commercial.
Ryšys išlieka, visiems viena agotos duona.
I like to get fucked in my ass. Dude.
Seniai buvo, dabar nepasakysiu tiksliai metų, bet buvo diskvalifikuota Lietuvos estafetė ir ten buvo nusivylimas, nes tikrai buvo galima kažką padaryti. Tai dabar prieš šias žaidynės, jeigu neklystu, buvo pasakyta, kad svarbiausia nebūti diskvalifikuotas.
I want to kill myself. What the hell, Fufusenga? Why?
Tai yra svarbiausia, aš žinau, kokie jau...
Don't make fun of Fufusenga, because don't be mean. What is the easiest way to cause? I need a handgun. Make the Max Payne face.
Tai gali labai būti taip, kad apgaulingas vaizdas susidarys, nes
Is that the one?
plaukikai nominalūs laisvojų stiliumi plaukikai yra ir jie plauks visi, na, sakykime, lygiai su visais, nes vis tiek ta rinktinė, na, atmetus
Max Payne.
neplaukia šiaip laisvojų stiliumi.
Apologies that you had to hear the devil's language. Wait, No, he looks like something like that. Too bad he doesn't look like this. Almost. Kinda. Oh boy. Video games need to go back to the times when they had no resources. Hey, you over there, you're sitting there, you're gonna be the face of the game. Yes, you. The guy who works at audio or a programmer, I don't know. Like in Deus Ex, the programmer was the voice actor, I believe, of CJ. JC? JC. CJ is the black guy from GTA. Yeah. Carl Plinkington. This isn't swimming, this is fat bearded trans. This is why you get Firefox and add uBlock to it. No, no. We want the TV to get a lot of money. Listen to this.
Birutė ir suvirškinsi viską. Ir dar laimi fotosesiją su
Wow, Rokas can make ass with his face, or maybe face with. Check this out. I can also turn it around. And don't watch this stream, please. Okay, so in one of your previous streams, you pulled a perfect Max Payne face, and I wrote in chat. You pulled it unintentionally. Reported for animal abuse. I can also do this. It's a magic trick. You see how slim my fingers are? That means I have a very tiny and slick penis, not a thick one. Very small one. This is a regular vagina hole, and this is my pee-pee. It's like throwing a hot dog in a hallway. The woman does not feel anything. That's why I cannot have a wife. I don't have a family. Someone already did this for you a long time ago. Now my butt back then was like this. Like this. Illuminati confirmed. Look, look, I work for the Illuminati. Oh, my ear. It's actually my eye. You got tricked by the Illuminati. You got brainwashed. Get fucked by the psyops. Wow, 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 wow. When are they swimming? They're not fucking swimming. All I see is ads. Now it's gonna be the finals, and we have one Lithuanian in the finals. We might get a medal. Oh shit, it's so beneficial to me as a person. This means so fucking much to me that we're gonna win an Olympic medal. We, us, Lithuania. I did it. It was fucking me. Don't lie, you don't work. I work a lot harder than you. I'm a fisherman. I catch fish for a living. And I eat them myself. And I don't sell them. So I get zero income. Kind of a big deal. Gay fisherman. I fish for the fish dicks. Now I know that I'm a gay fish. Installing OneGuard. It says 90, but I don't understand. Like, allow me to show you this. Let's see if I don't have any passwords exposed. Okay, I don't think so. Display these nuts. Yeah, Valorant. Yeah, we're doing. Like, what the fuck does that mean? 91. Are we at 91%? I don't fucking. Oh no, my mouse is very. I need a new mouse pad. But these things cost so much money. It's fuck me. Damn, I want to be a cute half Asian chick. I should get an Asian wife and fuck her to death and then get another one. They never run out. It's. I'm sorry. Please don't quote me on that. Look, look, he's swimming. Look, look. Fuck. Oh, we get to see the ads again. You fucking cheap assholes. Really? You changed the browser size? You fucking cock. Dude, why? It doesn't even get that big. Sigma, Ligma. I'm going to fucking kill myself. Oh, oh, oh. Who's this guy? Thanks for watching. I swear I will miss this fucking swimming. Do you also jerk the fish off? Yes. I come on the row. I get the row out, you know, like tug on the tummy of the fish. The fish releases the row and then I just come on it. And then we create ocean men. Take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand. For the extra cum protein, my grandma always used to eat the white fish semen. Like she would cook it, of course, but the same as raw, she would eat that white stuff. I never did, but the raw I can eat. Okay, that makes sense. But the white cum of the fish, no, thank you. Another interesting thing is that fish also have hearts. They have livers, and apparently you can eat them also, but I didn't. Last time I was taking apart a fish, a big one, the bream, the liver was giant and it smelled so nice to me. I don't know what it was, but like it smelled so fucking tasty. I almost thought about like frying it and eating it, but at the end I decided not to. I probably should have. If it smells very nice, my body probably needs that. I don't know. Oh,
apie kurią
ads.
jokių duomenų neįmanoma rasti. Fantastinis veiksmo trileris Anon. Penktadienį.
Anon. Anon? Really? There's a fucking film like that? Gay ass bitch. Listen, everyone, this guy caught a lot of big fishes and didn't even offer one. I offered you a fish. I still have 3 small ones in the refrigerator, like, and the chub, it's still like in my refrigerator. That's one of the reasons why I'm thinking of not going fishing, because why, overfish? Why get more if I have not eaten everything up yet? But it seems like fishing overnight yields much better results. So it's better to just go once but do it overnight instead of going there many times and fishing during the day or the evening and not getting any results. The problem is the scary animals that walk behind you during the night. And I'm very interested to see how the fishing spot has changed now, because the trees have fallen. I'm 100% sure. A lot of trees are empty inside there, and we had a giant storm last night. So getting to that spot, there will probably be a lot of trees fallen on the road, and probably on the fishing spot, because certain trees they're empty inside, so they're gonna fall sooner or later on the fishing spot. So I'm gay. I'm super duper gay right now. But then again, it kind of shows that feeding a lot and fishing at night makes a lot of sense on a river. But then again, the problem with feeding on a river is that you throw the bait in, and if you're fishing on a spot that has very high current, you're not sure where the feed will end up. Probably at the nearest bend or something like that. So you really need to select the fishing spot well. Good for me that that fishing spot barely has any, movement. It's so still. The stream is very weak there, but in other fishing locations there are deep holes. And remember when we fished in one of the spots and we tested out the depth and it was very shallow, we didn't catch shit except for one fish that was kind of white and weird. So after that shallow area, the depth that we were fishing also during that fishing earlier that day, it had a lot more potential. Probably the bait could set there, like in that depth, but I'm not sure. But fishing on a river overnight, there are probably a lot of potential spots, but you really need to understand the depth. You would really need to know how to scan it. I already do, like I understand now. But it seems like the highest potential is always where the water is the most still. And especially if you bait it. If you bait it, the fish will come. So, but keep in mind, on a river, the water flows. So wherever you throw it, you don't know where the bait is gonna end up. Unless you're fishing on a area that has very slow stream, I'm gay. This guy didn't eat cum, lol, what a liar. Liar, yes, the second one. Not that easy without autocorrect. Fishing and sleeping in the tent during the fishing process is the best solution. Probably. But if the fish is very big, you might not make it out. For example, if there is a huge barbel, even with like these big bream, since they live on a river, they're a lot more powerful. They have a lot more strength. And my rods barely weigh anything, so I really need to hook the fish quickly, or else the rods might end up in a river. And then again, these fish were comparatively big, but there are some fish that, you can say goodbye to your rods, like genuinely. There are some 3-5 kilo fish, they're even like 10 going up if it's like a catfish or whatever. Barbel grow very large, but they're very difficult to catch. On this river, there is everything from carp to whatever, and they grow giant. So, but yeah, you are correct. Fishing, or if you have like a couple of people, you can change, one person fishes, the other person fishes, one person fishes, the other, like for example, after 4 hours or whatever, or like after 6. Or you can have sex in the tent with Koasukas, for example, and forget about fishing at all, forget about the rods, just lick his pink nipples, it's whatever. You can just do that. You can even rape Koasukas, he wouldn't probably even mind. He couldn't tell the difference, he would be drunk. But there are skinwalkers and skinheads, crackheads in the forest. Not really. There are animals. Last time I was fishing overnight, something was slowly walking behind me, because there's only a single, road behind me, and it's the size of like a car. So I'm kind of fishing at night and I hear these slow steps, and from the distance I hear this like either human-sized or something heavy moving towards me. Like I feel it and I hear it, and it's like, boom, boom. You know, it's like breaking of twigs in the forest. Snap, snap, and it keeps getting closer, like, tung, tung. You know, and I keep fishing, so I know that there are a lot of animals there. So it could be a moose, it could be an elk, it could be a deer, it could be anything. So I got close to the bike and was prepared to ring the bell, you know, to scare off the animal. But luckily enough, the animal was not interested in looking at me. It just passed. And it did quite quickly when it saw me. Animals are super afraid of humans. They will usually run away themselves. Unless you get close to their youth or like to their nest or to their regular staying spot, then they might bark at you. Like the deer could bark at you. And when we approach autumn, during the autumn, deer and other big animals in the forest like moose, they start to rut. So they become very territorial and they can attack people. It happens. Usually they will not kill you, especially since people can climb the trees. But one thing supposedly that you should be very afraid of is seeing a boar with its younglings, like a boar mom. And if it has small little piggies next to her, then you should be scared shitless, because boars, they don't stop attacking until you stop moving or something like that. But one thing which is very ironic about animals living in the forest is that they cannot climb trees. So as a human, the easiest way to get away from an animal is to climb a tree. It also depends on what kind of animal it is. For example, moose cannot move around quickly well. They cannot navigate around trees, so you can run away from a moose. From a deer, you will not be able to run away. Don't even bother. You can try to scare it away. You can, you know, make some loud noise or something. Same with moose. With moose, you're supposed to appear larger and bigger than the moose, so you must raise your hands up. But with boars, boar, I don't know the plural. Borai. With the borai, you are supposed to, I don't know, like, I guess climb a tree. But even then, running could work if the boar is just trying to get you out of her territory. Same as with rutting deer and rutting other big-sized animals. But always remember this, you can always climb a tree. That's the easiest way. After a while, the animal will get tired and fuck off. But you will not be hurt. And ironically, no wood animals, no forest animals can climb trees, which is fucking retarded. Unless it's a lynx or a cat type creature, then you're fucked, I guess. I don't know. That was the skinwalker, probably. Next time it's gonna be a drugged up skinhead or la gringa. Okay, probably. You can kinda probably talk to them. You can drown them. Or they can drown you. It's great. I don't know. Wild pig is similar to you, I'm sorry. You're the porky. Porky fat boy. Fat porky. I'm sorry. I apologize. I couldn't control myself. I have a problem. I have a schizoid disorder. I'm also paranoid. And gay. Your game requires a system restart to play. Please restart your computer. I guess we're not gonna play Valorant today. We're just gonna chat. I really enjoy talking to you guys. You can be my simulated little friends. Okay? You are not paranoid, you have schizophrenia. What about paranoid schizophrenics? Is there a separate disease, schizophrenia, or is it called paranoid schizophrenia? Because you probably know, you're a psychologist. You have both. Okay, thank you. I think that Russians are coming. Like, they're knocking at my door. I'm ready. All Lithuanian women are like, I'm ready. And they go fight the invading force of Russia. I'm ready. Like, lying naked in the street. And men are like, you go, girl. And they all just fuck off to the west. That's the military tactic Lithuania is going to adapt. I love my Puter, all my friends are inside it. Yes. But that's exactly what happened in Germany when the Russians were invading, like during Nazi times. Some women in Berlin were like, it's okay, we will just spread our legs. And that actually worked. You know, other women that were not willing, they got raped and beat up. But the end result is basically the same. Except, you know, they got some black eyes and I don't know. History is fucked up. At least in Lithuania, nobody got raped. Because everyone did it willingly. It says so in our history books. It's a true fact. We received the Soviet Union willingly. No, it's kind of true. Kind of not. It's debatable. We got Vilnius from Poland. We got the Russian military bases. It's like a win-win situation, you know. We had to like lay low a little bit, then we got independence, and then fuck it, you know. It's like it's not that bad. Throughout the years, if we continue this tactic, we can expand Lithuania like giant amounts, you know. Like if we were to sign a treaty now with Russia, they would give us Belarus to become part of Lithuania, and we would accept Russian armies, you know, military bases. We could like just lay low for like what, 50 years? Then we declared independence, and look at all this land we got. You know, it's kind of like in the Middle Ages, just marrying off, you know, king marries a queen and they connect the lands. It's a bit better tactic. Like you don't even need to produce anything militarily. You don't need to expand militarily. You don't need any tech or guns or anything. It's just treaties. Treaties. Always works. Why is no one saying the N-word in the chat? Why are they streaming fucking volleyball? Where is this fucking... What? What is this? Wow. Isn't this shocking? Girlfriend? We got some ads again. So did we win gold? No medal? He's fifth? What the fuck? How can you be fifth? Dude, I could swim faster than that. What the fuck? No medals again, dude. It tears me from the inside knowing that my country has no medals. Oy vey. That was a perfect Jew. I don't know why I did that, but it must be the Jew in me. My genes. Wait, it's not raining anymore? They found a fucking beer in Lithuania? What the fuck? Uh-oh. It's in Panevėžys. Where the fuck is Panevėžys? It's in the south, right? No, it should be in the north. What the fuck? Why is there a beer there? There is beer come. This is where I fish. All the time. Like over here. This is where I bought my island. And I poo in it. This is where Kashukas fell on his butt. When we went to a museum. What a fat cow. He's still using those same shoes. That man really hates the change. He keeps changing his cars, but not his shoes. He keeps wearing the same shoes for fucking 20 years. That's also what I'm doing. Like, most of this stuff, it's from my school days. I'm bad at buying new stuff. I'm sorry. I will make a reel from this video, send it to Delphi, and ruin your life. Do that. My phone is dead, same as my will to live. GGVP, good night. Good night, Koshukas. Thank you for popping in. 5th out of 5. The beer invaded from Slovakia. The beer probably used an airplane to get over here from Slovakia. Where the fuck is Slovakia? That's Slovenia. Slovakia should be down. There we go, that's Slovakia. There we go, there we go. You see, I'm very good at geography. This is Slovakia. It's Slovaks things. We're so tiny. We're so tiny. This is a very cool website. Look at how fucking giant Africa is. You can fit 3 United States in there. How do I delete this? How does it work? How does this work? I don't want India no more. Oh, it's right click. Oh, listen. Oh no, we're getting smaller. Dude, you can fit 1 billion Lithuanians in Chad. Why does it say this word? So Finland is not that big. Same as Sweden. Crazy. What about Russia? It's actually fucking small. Well, 2 Russias fit in Africa, kinda. That's insane. United States is smaller than Russia. And when it comes to Europe, Russia is fucking big. Was big. China. No, I don't care. No medals. Great job, everybody. I just showed everyone our private chat over. Now everybody knows that we are secretly lesbian. And I am also a transsexual lesbian. These hormones have lowered my voice quite a bit. I'm actually a woman. I was born a woman. But the cigarettes and the hormone. What the fuck? There I am. Russia is huge, same as my dong in your mouth. It's also very interesting because it appears small, like when you look at it, you know? But yeah, then you just breathe on it, it becomes big. And then starts coming when you touch it once. No offense, girlfriend, but you come real fast. Do I want to launch Valorant? No, I fucking don't. I don't think so. No. How about we play through Halo again? All of the Halo games. Launch a nuke. There's a secret tiny button in my pants I can push. I kinda look like Aphex Twin. Like when I do this. Do you guys know what Aphex Twin looks like? I don't even know what the fuck. This is me. No. He really loved making himself look fucked up. It's great. It's fucking scary. This guy is possessed by demons. Same as a streamer called Rokas something. Mini nuke from Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Smegmas. Merry Smegmas, everybody. Wait, am I still streaming? Oh, now you're gonna look at my inventory. 6 cents. €1. €184? CSGO has ruined my life. I used to be a pro gamer, now I'm just a tranny on OnlyFans. Oy vey. I bought this for the secret 5th character, which will be Robo-Key. Actually, I think it's time to watch recommended YouTube videos. The shorts, okay? Lol, it's shit, I have more expensive stuff in my bed. You do? It's time to play the game called Watch YouTube Shorts until you find a video, which is basically propaganda. Okay? This is fucking awful. I love it. I hope more people see this shit.
You guys like smoke crack between classes and
Yeah, of course, right now.
Nice, bro. Do you have some?
You want to?
I'm tweaking.
I see.
That's not
Today we're on a
fucking
mission
funny.
to restock our dead pond. In part 1, I added structure and turtle traps to get the pond ready for new fish. Now it's time to check my traps to see if I caught anything.
Well, my traps fell, but I'm not giving up. Gonna rebait, get them back in the water.
Now it's time to add some fish.
We're starting with bluegill. That way the bass and catfish have plenty to eat.
So we made a pit stop at the worm farm, then headed off to catch some fish. There we go.
First one, right?
This
Look, I
fucking
took a look at your
sucks.
expectations, and I'm gonna be on.
Well, my teammates seem cool and I'm letting them down. I better start trying.
Fucking finally a good video.
Come on. You do better than that. I like to keep. Oh! Wow!
I love the fact that I'm the targeted audience.
Well done. Yes. Good. Hold on. I want to look. Oh, you got yourself.
Fuck, this is such a good business idea.
See? So, okay, deliver Ben. What's best, son? Oh yeah, this kind of is professional. Oh really? Take a cheers. And
This reminds me of my friend group. Wow, your short suggestions are shit.
oops. Let it out. Oh, don't do something. Let it out. I'm waiting. I'm sorry. Hey. Hold on. Oops.
Smiley!
Sorry. Shush.
This is basically Kazuka's. This is my roommate, and that other smartest guy is me. Of course, I'm the smartest retard of the group. No, I'm not. What the f-
Elfo, by the way. What's your name?
We are but humble people. We have no.
Did you know Star Wars has space demons? These horrifying things are. People are calling this video fake.
This will be interesting too, Kazuka's.
Demons. These horrifying things are probably the most terrible thing anybody could encounter while traveling through deep space in the Star Wars universe. Star Weirds are ancient creatures very strong with the Force that have powers like life draining, Force grip, Force sight, and even Force lightning. They appear as these dead-looking humanoids have claws that can rip through opponents, and whoever looks at them sees their own decaying face. They're also nearly invincible, not being able to be defeated through conventional ways like blasters, and they specifically hunt Force users, especially Jedi. They hate them. But yeah, these things would traumatize sailors whose ships would break down in deep space. Sailors would hear them screaming in the vacuum of space like a banshee, and little is known of what they really are, but it's theorized they're constructed purely out of dark side energy.
This is the stupidest fucking thing I ever heard in my fucking life. Who wrote this? A fucking 5-year-old child? You gotta be fucking shitting me, George Lucas. It's probably not even George Lucas, but probably some. They found it in a comic somewhere. It's fucking retarded. I'm sorry. It is fucking lame, dude.
People are calling this video fake
There exists like banshees in space, and they're scary because space is dark. Boo.
because a guy named Freddie Chase uploaded a clip of himself jumping
That's
from
me.
a great height. It went viral quickly, but skeptics started questioning its authenticity. They claimed that the jump couldn't have been from such a tall height from a balloon and suggested it was made using a green screen. A YouTuber named Spider Slake even conducted a practical test to debunk it. To silence the critics, Freddie performed another jump, this time showing how he did it by sitting on a balloon in the air and then safely landing with a parachute. People are calling this video fake
It's not fucking fake. Whatever. Everyone's
This
retarded.
little brown beetle, about the size of your thumb, is all about that long.
Now this
impressive
I
snout you
love.
see. It's called a rostrum, and it's their secret weapon. Unlike squirrels, who crack open acorns with brute force, the weevil uses its rostrum like a drill. See how it carefully examines an acorn with its feathery antennae? It's searching for the perfect spot.
I'm
Once
so
chosen,
happy
the
right now.
weevil drills a tiny hole right through the tough shell. But this isn't just a midnight snack for the weevil. It's a nursery. After drilling, the female lays a single egg inside the
Oh, that's so
acorn.
fucking
When the
hot.
egg hatches, a hungry little larva emerges. This legless grub is no picky eater. It munches on the delicious insides of the acorn. As the larva grows, the acorn becomes a hollow shell. Eventually, the larva gets too big for its acorn home. It chews its way out and burrows underground. Here, it transforms into an adult weevil, ready to continue the cycle and drill for a new generation of acorn.
Fuck me drilling a nutshell. Not only that, they also fuck it. And they give birth inside it. Or something. I don't know. They drill it with their mouths, they put the pee-pee inside, they squirt cum inside, and there's a weevil and whatever. It's complicated.
Okay, face.
But it's amazing. Damn, I wish I were black.
Do you see any fish?
What's that?
Do you see any fish?
Oh, dude, go underneath the bridge right there.
Okay.
Probably.
Oh gosh.
Well, underneath my mast, it looked like a good 3.5, 4 pounders down there.
Bass?
Yeah, largemouth.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, do you got any lures that you found? I'll buy them.
I don't get. They're all garbage. This is stuff I let my son have.
You want to adopt me? Call me your son, and I'll get free lures.
What's that?
You want to adopt me? Do you see any?
That's funny. That's fucking funny. This short idea is killing all the productivity. Some videos are so fucking interesting that you can't stop scrolling and wasting time. Oh yeah, I also have that problem. I just got lost in shorts. Like short videos, not shorts, you know. I don't go inside people's shorts. But if I did, I would get lost there. But with shorts, yes, you can get lost, and that also happens all the time to me. I'm like, I need to go and wash the dishes, and then I keep scrolling and scrolling, and it's like 15 minutes past, and it's like, fuck.
Ah, the carpenter's pencil sits nicely behind the ear. Scribes are
This
like,
guy's
A lot of
rocks.
detail was put into the Urukai in the Two Towers. They
Look, it's Lord of the Rings again.
were all bred for one reason.
I mean Star Wars.
War, which meant that they thought, let's not put any armor on their backs because it's completely unthinkable that the Urukai would ever run from
Star
their
of the
enemies. It
Rings.
was just a matter of aggressive design from Sauron. But a lot of thought.
Saruman. Fuck yes,
Can I
finally.
get help? Make some noodles. Yeah. 7 number 1. Open these. Ah. So open a half.
We should play Diablo 2 again.
Half. Half.
Why don't you like them? What the fuck?
It's the oldest pie and mash shop.
Started in the 1800s. There's plenty of options. You can either have one pie, one.
Dude, Kosukas, we should start a British fast food in the 1080s store.
Mash, one pie, two mash, two pies, two mash, or two pies, one mash.
We could create pies with mashed potatoes. Mashed potato pies. Everyone would love that.
No, that's not on the, but that's not on the menu.
We would also possibly come in the dough.
You can just keep going. What's in the pie?
Minced beef. Just minced beef.
The recipe, has it changed?
I love the way they scrape the potato on the side.
So that's like
Oh no, that's fucking awful.
The cheapest minced beef as well. It's good quality.
Yeah.
At the same time, like it's affordable. That's a £5.
That's a full meal for a £5.
You can pay like 20 quid
In
for pie and
London.
mash in a gastro pub.
Yeah.
You can pay like £500 for mashed potatoes in Great Britain. It's amazing. So a tea and disgusting women, national British cuisine. That's not a woman. That's a man.
Ever seen a cricket with built-in armor? Look at this. This large, flightless insect is the armored cricket. They are covered in spines.
I caught these when I was a child. I remember catching these. Apparently their bites heal... what is it called? It's not carp. Wart. Apparently, these guys' bites, they heal warts. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but
On top of the thorax, their jaws are strong enough to draw human blood, and they're not
you just
shy
assumed
about
their
losing
gender?
them if
I'm
you
sorry.
get too close. But why all
But in Lithuania, they're not black, they're green.
the armor? Well, these little tanks live in harsh environments, and predators are everywhere. First, there's the spiky armor, like a built-in suit of thorns. If that doesn't scare off a predator, males unleash a loud,
And also, they're like grasshoppers, they have very big legs they use to jump around.
harsh noise when attacked. Still not convinced? If armor, spines, jaws, and noisiness
And they fucking bite.
As a young catamaran owner. Alright, first thing after waking
No,
up,
this
make
is
myself a
live.
cup of tea, because one of the other boats are coming to pick me up because we're going surfing on a reef that's not too far away from us. But before going surfing, I'm jumping in the water just to check that it is deep enough for us to surf over it and we're not going to get cut up by the reef. It was all looking nice and deep, so the others threw my board. So I got out there and I caught a couple waves. The waves weren't too fantastic, but hey, you can't complain when you're surfing at the Great Barrier Reef. So I got back, I tried my
Dude, he barely has any likes and views. What the
luck
fuck?
with some fishing where I caught myself a squid. It definitely wasn't the biggest squid in the world, but it's going to be the perfect little snack size. Anyway, quick little dive before we had to set up.
It's
sail.
already dead, what the
water was
fuck?
absolutely spectacularly clear. I open up the sail bags and head off sailing. By this stage, Kita woke up, so I told her she was on lookout while I went down to the kitchen and cooked myself up some squid. Now, squid has to be one of my absolute favorite seafood to eat. Just squid, lemon, and pepper. Obviously, I had to have the best part, which is the tentacles, and it was fantastic. It's time to tie some loops and make
Awesome.
sure I'm nice and secure on the jetty, and then by this stage, it was sunset. And of course, like every good pirate, rum on sunset. Day in the life as
What happened?
I don't understand the purpose of a dog there, but you know, feels like dogs fit better on the ground because they have to run around, you know, and they have to pee and poo everywhere. But if you take your dog for a short trip, I guess that's okay. But you know, staying or living on a boat with a dog, it's a no-go.
Happens when the biggest creature on Earth, blue whale, dies. It is said that blue whale realizes its
It's a whale fall or death fall, is it called?
death earlier. That's why it goes hundreds of kilometers away from its nest and makes its last dive of its life with all its strength. And as soon as it dives, blue whale dives straight into the depths of the sea. This is also called whale fall. First, blue whale's body is eaten by sharks and eels for many days. After that, the little bit of flesh that is left is eaten by small worms. After that, there are zombie worms, which release acid on the bones of whales and release fats and proteins. These fats and proteins are also eaten by symbiotic bacteria, which live with zombie worms. And when these bones melt, it acts as manure for the plants that grow in the water. This process goes on for about 100 years. The whale ends its life and keeps about 43 species and 12,490 organisms alive. That's why it is said that when the whale dies, it gives life to hundreds of creatures.
That's so beautiful. When I die, just throw me in the river. Okay? Spend $1 billion for boat and docking fee to catch one small shit. Yeah, that's the problem with boats, is that you have to register them. With rubber boats, you don't. So it kind of makes more sense to have a rubber boat, to be honest. These regulations always fuck everything up, all the fun, all the possibilities, you know. And the biggest problem with boats is that they don't last forever in the water. After a certain amount of years, either they're plastic or wood or whatever other material, metal, it doesn't matter, they will end up sinking. So you need to repair them constantly. It's quite shitty.
Private Cowboy, Private Joker. Sir, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. As soon as you finish your bunk.
The lady was asking $30, so I said, but I only have 20.
Well, to surprise you, it actually cost 30,000. Did I guess that right? Just die in the river, it will be easier. We should go and learn to swim. You need to register rubber boats if you want to go to the sea. Maybe. What about condoms? Do you need to register them also? I'm sorry, I'm gay.
5. I said, that's all I have. She said, you can have it for 25, and I took it.
We're very
fortunate, you are in fact, to have the actual label of John Seymour and Son.
Seymour, that's the guy from Simpsons.
I think Les and I both feel that this piece would be in the range of about $200,000 to $225,000.
Okay, that's a lot better than I expected. Fuck me.
I think it was within weeks after the appraisal.
These fucking these fucking Dracula looking fuckers, like vampire looking fuckers, they're always next to money. And they're always like, we actually undercut her. The table actually cost $3 million.
Actually looked up my brother's number and called him at Sotheby's. And then the table went to auction. The bidding started, and it started at 200, 220, 240, 260, 280, 300. And once it got to 300, it was...
He kind of looks like
I
me.
remember just looking down at Claire, and she was already just you know, she had that look on her face.
Sold for $490,000. Thank you all.
Imagine buying shit like this for fucking $30. Just fucking imagine it. And then you're set for like... you sell a shitty fucking table and you can buy a house. I'm not even sure how fucking real this is. It kind of seems fake. I'm sure that this happens, you know, but damn. Crazy. She kind of looks like you. Thank you. Thank you. And the next video, that is what Kasukas looks like. Let's see how lucky he is.
I will assign flesh.
Well, that's kind of true.
What are you cooking? So I'm doing a traditional English style sausage roll with an Italian twist on it.
Well, hold on a minute. Sausage roll?
Yeah, sausage roll.
Money laundering scheme. Could be.
Sausage rolls.
Look how excited this guy is.
I love them. What's your twist?
Well, instead of using the banger sausage, I used spicy Italian sausage.
So instead of using the sausage and, you know, do all this shit, I just suck the sausage. That's my trick. I just suck it. No additives. I just suck the sausage and I cook it.
Sausage, and then I also made a little creamy marinara to go on the plate, kind of spicy and sweet.
Look, that was Kasukas.
Comes in a paper bag of sausage roll. Look
I'm
at
sorry.
You know that song that's like, that's a big touchdown, Billie Eilish.
Yay, black people.
Young catamaran owner. It was just one of those mornings where I just really...
Ramsey was great years ago, passionate and swearing. He made some people actually kill themselves. He's kind of fucky. There was a restaurant owner, after, you know, being embarrassed on the show, he just jumped off the bridge in New York, or where was it? And I think there was another guy who killed himself after the show, so good for Ramsey, you know.
Really did want to get out of bed, but I'm not going to make my way to the Grand Line just laying around. Then I had one sip of tea and...
Here's an interesting fact, my dog is also my wife.
But when I got into the studio, there was no artwork for the administrator. It's after I recorded the lines that an...
Like, look at this. How many people are reminiscent of TF2 and they remember everything positively? Like, even voice actors are able to get careers on YouTube and whatnot, you know. People love TF2 so much and Valve just shits on it. Like, what the fuck?
Artist came up with the lady with the gray streak, and as I call her, the skinny old bitch. I was so inspired, and the artist was hired by Valve.
She actually still works at Valve and does that work for Dota. It's really awesome.
Oh, really? Oh my god, I want to meet her. But when I got into the studio...
We're gonna make some fried chicken.
These mushrooms are so fucking cool. We don't have them in Lithuania, but these mushrooms are called chicken of the woods. Apparently they taste just like chicken. Just like Kasukas' bum.
Today. This wild mushroom gets its name because it has a similar taste and texture to chicken. It's literally called chicken of the woods. So I have some breadcrumbs and flour mixed with some spices and salt, some whisked eggs, and I have some avocado oil heating up. I like to break the mushroom apart into strips. I'll roll them around in the flour first, then I'll dip them in
chicken
the eggs,
tastes
then
like
into
chicken
the
too.
breadcrumbs.
roll them around until
I don't
they're
know.
nicely coated, and they're ready for
I'm
the
not
hot
sure,
roast.
maybe.
It won't take very long until they're done. You just want to leave
Okay,
them in there
okay,
till
it
they're
does.
a nice golden brown. It's important that you cook these thoroughly, because if you don't, they could upset your stomach. And always make
Oh,
sure
no.
you properly identify your mushroom, because there is a poisonous lookalike called the jack-o'-lantern. I'll post a video soon on the differences between the two. I'll add some lemon juice as a final touch, and my chicken nuggets are done. That's good stuff. It's like a cross between fried mushrooms and fried chicken.
Fuck yeah, dude. Chicken tastes like shit. What the fuck? You know that you're not supposed to dip your chicken in shit before eating it. It's not supposed to taste like shit.
$300 if you could beat me in any lift of your choice. Are you down?
$200 if you can suck my penis right here, right now. I drop my pants, you suck my penis, $300. You wanna do it?
This film is so horrifying, it makes Saving Private Ryan.
Kevin's son is now a handsome little man that's
That was kind of propaganda, but I'm just gonna keep scrolling.
son is now a handsome little man that's protecting tons of eggs. And with Ria's, it's the males that actually sit and incubate the
Cucks.
eggs instead of the female. But look how cute he is on his little nest. I'm gonna give him a little bit of food. Aw. And I'm spending time with him. Also, he grew up in my living room. I guess right now he doesn't really see me as a threat, so I can go ahead and
Kiss
touch
him, kiss him on the lip.
Maybe he will try and peck me. Look at that, you guys. He doesn't even try to peck. Whoa, look at all these eggs. That is a lot of eggs. These two females
One of the eggs is golden one. It's a golden egg.
alone have been laying all of these eggs, and I might even take the ones that Karen has and put them on this pile as well. But pretty soon we're gonna have to start harvesting these. No, put that egg back in the nest. Why is she doing this? And the females just don't know what to do with these things that they pooped out. You'll see them walking around, stepping on them, flipping them over. This one just got knocked out of the nest. And the males will actually hiss at the females and try and keep them away from the eggs.
Women are so bad with children, that's so true. Don't you hate it when your wife just sits on the baby and then they call it the SIDS? Sudden infant death syndrome or whatever? When children just basically die for no reason as babies? But you kinda know that the wife kinda sat on the whatever. I thought that flamingos are pink. They're pink on the inside. And their nipples are also pink. Kinda like Ashukas. He also has pink nipples. That crab is carrying around a shell for him. That's amazing. Pigs constantly kills their babies by sitting on them. That's so
If you
true.
spell this next word correctly, we will declare you the 2023 National Spelling Bee champion.
It's so funny how an Indian child is the best at spelling English words.
Samophile.
Sir, Samafal, could you use it in a sentence, sir?
Samo meaning sand Greek.
Oh no, he has no accent. Fuck.
Oh.
Wait a second.
Samo meaning sand Greek.
Yes.
Phile meaning lover Greek.
You're on the right track. Samophile.
P S A M M O.
This child sounds like a woman. Like, there's probably some woman on the inside controlling this child robot. And it's a tiny Asian woman.
Phile. Samophile.
That is correct.
If you spell this next word correctly,
He fucking
Have
did
you
it.
ever wondered what happens to Billy the Whale after you free him from his tiny tank? In Goat Simulator 3, you have to save Billy, who is confined in a small cube at the San Angola
Do you have to smell like poo in the game?
Zoo. He's been there so long
It's
that
a
he's
quest.
also the shape of a cube. By headbutting the tank, you can free him and take him to the sea. While you ultimately succeed in freeing Billy from his confined tank, his freedom is short-lived.
Renarain says hi. Hi Renarain, how are you today? How's shipping? How's working at the ship? Have the storms been awful? Because in Lithuania last night was fucking horrible. I hope everything is fine. Hope to hear from you soon. Finish today's shift. That's awesome, Runner Rain. I'm very happy to hear that. Today the weather is bad. Which sea are you at? Is it the Baltic Sea?
As soon as he swims away, a
Imaginary Sea.
giant
That's
whale
fucking awesome.
swallows him. But what if I told you that
In
was more to
Scotland.
Billy's
So it's the Northern Sea? Let's see, where is Scotland? What the fuck is Scotland? Where is the Google map? Oh, Vilnius, my beloved little child. I would kiss you on the lips if it was legal. Look, it's Scotland. Scotland! Forever! It's North Sea, I told you. That's the only sea I know. Celtic Sea, English Channel. Hebrides? Helabrolin? What does English Channel currently broadcasting? Probably some gay kissing, right? The Puss Sea. Oh, but that's the smartest, best joke you ever made. The Puss Sea. I don't get it. Rokas, my oi boy. Thank you. I'm a boy now. So yeah, Runner Rain, I hope you're enjoying your cruise. I bet there are a lot of queer sailors on the ship, so it must be very fun with all the free foods and everything. I don't know, is the food actually free there for the staff? I think it should be, right? You have the cook.
Can you make me your favorite sandwich?
Yeah, I got you. Is it okay if it's on the secret menu?
Yeah, let's try it.
Everyone in here straight. Yeah, food is free. That's awesome, dude. Everyone's straight. But how do you get off? Does the captain just tell you, all of you guys go to the deck, and then everyone just jacks off, you know, into the sea to feed the fish? Wait, UK lost all the sea. There's girls on here too, obviously. Do you sometimes kiss the girls? Do you sometimes ask girls for kisses, maybe? A little bit secretly? Do you sometimes hide with the girls? You take them by the hand, you lead them somewhere in a dark place, maybe? Not on this boat. Oh. Damn. It does seem like a very romantic job being at sea. As long as you don't get seasick, I bet. Or does it not feel like anything there? Is it like stable all the time? I guess if the ship is very big, it's quite stable. But I don't know. If there's a storm, it must be swinging around. More like dick sick. What the fuck?
Let me guess. It looks like you like bologna.
No.
Starting with the Italian bread?
Yes. Provolone cheese?
That's the best type of cheese.
Yes.
Who do you think are better?
Man, that's the best type of cheese. I love cheese. My feet hurt too much to get seasick, but nah, I don't get seasick. Well, that's good for you. Why do the feet hurt? Is it like a job you are supposed to stand at all the time? Or is it because of the swinging?
Better, Subway or Jersey Mike's?
Jersey Mike's. Sliced fresh, daily. Afterwards, we're gonna go with pepperoni. The key to this one is make them side to side so they can cook evenly. Oregano.
Oh, that looks amazing.
Salt.
kind of reminds me of a pizza a little bit.
Pizza. Migio Italian salami.
It's just like a pizza sandwich.
How confident do you think I'm gonna like this?
So you're gonna take a bite out of this. You're gonna take a chip and you're gonna dip it
You're gonna grab a crab and suck it.
in this. You're gonna eat it together.
I don't get seasick cause I get paid too much to be a liability, so when I got seasick last year, head spinning, felt like I was gonna faint. I just sucked it up and kept moving forward. That's fucking based. You go, girl. I mean, boy. I have so much respect for people who manage to push through at their jobs. I usually just crumble because I'm such a bitch. I don't know, it probably comes from my deep childhood. And I don't know, I never learned to really like push through discomfort. But when I'm alone, like in nature and everywhere else, and you know, there's a lot of difficulty either riding the bicycle over the mountains in the sand and you get stuck and you get fucking super tired after riding, and then going mushroom hunting and then going fishing maybe, you know, and shit like that. Or fishing overnight and you know, then you gotta go back and all that. You kinda learn to push through it. It's a lot easier to push through stuff when there's only one person involved and it's you, but if there's more people, it gets super fucking annoying. It like starts feeling like you're getting attacked personally or something. I don't know. I'm probably fucked up. I should check myself into a shrink. I haven't had work all 2024 until the last 2 months, so I've been poor as fuck, and the queen will probably dry up again after this. Shit. Back in the day, I used to play YS online. I was like 15 then. Whenever I tell a story of my youth, it's always I was 15. I don't know why I have this age set in my head, but it seems like a lot of stuff was happening back when I was 15. And we had this guildmate, and basically what happened was he found a job in a cruise ship, also like you did, I guess. So he was from Serbia. His nickname was Kadaj. So it's the Mediterranean Sea, and he ended up working there on a cruise ship, just traveling the world. And it seems like whenever he was back home, you know, and typing stuff to me and whatnot, I haven't spoken to that guy for quite a while, but he seemed quite happy about, you know, that kind of job. I don't know. You just live on the boat all the time. Travel the world, travel warm places. He saw a lot of warm, beautiful lands, so I guess that's nice. So basically, you never know. You could probably get a job somewhere in the Mediterranean or on a cruise ship somewhere. Not sure about the wages, but pretty sure there are job openings. Recently, I saw even a commercial for a cruise ship, like you can work on a cruise ship and blah blah blah. You know, even in Lithuania, they're recruiting people, so. But if you were getting paid like 250 euros a day, you'd never get sick either. Oh yeah, that sounds like good money. I don't want to lose this, so I'm working my ass off. You should do it, it's good. well paid too. I'm too autistic and too old. I'm only good at sitting and complaining. When you get to my age, being ripe old age of 30, everything is lost. You know. But I'm kind of romanticizing jobs like that, like leaving somewhere, you know. On the sea, it kind of seems pretty scary because you can drown. As long as you don't drown, you know, everything's fucking awesome. I don't want to become Titanic. In the future, people would be reminiscent of Roka's Bum, the greatest ship that ever sank with the big ass. He had a big brown Lithuanian booty. He split in half and sank. But I don't know. It seems like all job places, all works are great wherever you're not there, you know. But once you're there, it's like work. It's shite. But it's better to be paid off well than shitty, you know. What about the laws, though? What about sea jurisdictions? I guess it's where the ship is registered, the country. That country's laws apply to the ship and to the crew and everyone else. But if you commit a crime in international waters, how does that work? You're younger than me and less autistic. I probably just look less autistic. I'm actually quite fucked. So you're fine. Thank you. I'm basically just starting again now. I'm 31. You're fine. I love how, since I have settings on my channel, you know, only for mature audiences, I get older people. It's amazing. Yeah. I'm impressed by your age. Or you could become a big boober nurse. I should become a huge boob streamer. I should live stream myself on Chatterbait or whatever. I think there is a universal maritime law. I see. But is there really? What if you happen to be in a country that does not exist? Like in a land that does not exist? Because on Earth there are some unclaimed lands. Can you commit crimes there and nothing happens? Who is the best regular to your stream? Newest. You are Runner Rain. Hands down, you're always here. You always pop in. You're the best. Runner Rain #1. He's always there. Fufusenga also appears. You know, everybody has stuff to do, so I fail to show up at times. Other people also fail to show up at times, and that's normal, you know, with streaming that's gonna happen. Streaming is the kind of medium that takes shitloads of time. For the streamer, you know, the stream continues for a very long time, and people coming in, they can pop out, pop in, and, you know, it's a little bit more free for viewers. But even then, like, watching a very long stream is probably very tiring. I can imagine that being the case. So sometimes we all need rest, and that's okay, you know. It's okay also to come in and tick the mark, you know, that you've been in this stream. depending on what the streamer is doing, like if it's interesting, if it's boring and stuff. So the concept of streaming, it's like a live show, you know, but when you have a live show on TV, everything is set in stone, set in motion. There's a scenario, you know what's gonna happen. Somebody came up with what is going to happen. With streaming, sure, you can have a scenario, you can put in a lot of work. But if you're a small-time streamer, it's not gonna work, Like, look at Jerma, for example. Like, his streams, he puts so much work into them. But let's say he was a small-time streamer with 80 viewers. Even if his streams were amazing and giant with great scenarios and everything else, nobody would see them. So with streams, it's like a very complex thing. It's quite debatable what it's easier. It's probably easier to become big off YouTube and then be a streamer, instead of trying to become a big streamer and then going to YouTube and other social medias. I don't know. I'm mumbling at this point, but I'm just thinking and talking and I'm gay. But yeah, this is a very powerful media and very easy to access nowadays with the technology. Back in the day when we had Tom Green, he had to invest shitloads of money to create a live streaming platform. Then it was Alex Jones and other people. But nowadays it's very easy to use already created platforms, and it doesn't cost that much. You can stream from your phone basically, which is crazy. So potential is always there, but the question is what is interesting to see, Some people are interested in games, others are interested in just chatting, others are interested in making friends, and so on and so forth. As long as the streaming is used for good, I guess that's a good thing, right? To talk, to interact, But then again, the streams can be very fluid and different, and that's also what is cool sometimes. For example, if you turn on my stream and one day I'm fishing, another day I'm, let's say, walking in the woods, another day I'm just chatting, another day I'm playing a game, that's also quite good, I think, because the monotonic nature of always streaming the game gets very complex and difficult, because you don't have a chance to interact with the chatters sometimes, and the game can piss you off and other shit, and it's like, yeah, look at me, this is me, I'm trans, I have a cock, look at me, I have bad things inside me. That's not what I meant, Twitch, I'm sorry, I don't hate trannies, I love them. I want to kiss their pink little dicks, and I'm here, you save you, thank you. I was sent by Jesus. Oh, that's awesome. He's some Mexican dude, Jesus Garcia Rondales Santos Rivas. You're a sinner. I know, we're all sinners. That fits you? That fits, but I meant to type, you're a doomer. Oh, okay. I hate typing on phones. Oh yeah, that kinda gets fucked. Yeah, we're all sinners, The atheistic perspective is usually like, if you're religious, you're supposed to be perfect. But no, it's like falling down, getting up, falling down, getting up, finding strength to carry on, finding strength to change, and trying to better yourself, that's the perspective. Christianity never promises you that you will forever be perfect once you become a Christian, it promises you that you are only a human and you will keep failing, falling, and getting up, and like ad infinitum, And it helps to deal with yourself, with the fact that you're a piece of shit sometimes. And that you're bound by these human wishes and fucked up things that naturally your soul would not want you to do, but you as a human end up doing, like lying or telling a white lie or doing something fucked up, you know. What I'm trying to say is that we should go to the club and pop our pussies. I work with some fucking annoying panicky guy who is insane Christian, only listens to gospel music. After a while he will probably get back into the reality, but it's like a short time false enlightenment. Especially the question is, how long can you keep it up? You know, how long can you keep up being 100% religious, ignoring everything else that's happening in the world? I think Jesus Christ himself says it the best. I think he says something like, "My children, be in this world, but not out of this world." You know, you're supposed to be like an angel or someone from heaven, but you're supposed to stay in this world, which creates this heavy weight and kind of suffering for a Christian, but that's the way it is, you know. So be in this world, but not out of this world. It's like you're from another world, but you're in this world. And those are such fucking smart words. It's mind-blowing. I wanna tell him I'm a Satanist who sacrifices babies to fuck with his head, but I also wanna keep my job. Nah, his life's over. He's like 55 or older. Well, the older people get, the more likely they become religious. His only chance of procreation is arranged marriage in the Middle East. They are smart words and I understand them. That's awesome. I think another reason why Jesus said these words is that when you become a Christian, you really want to be with Jesus. So to prevent people from suiciding, you know, and to prevent people from wanting to meet Jesus, it's kind of like you're supposed to be in this world. You're supposed to like do something, to have a mission, to like either help people to become Christian or, you know, to relieve their shoulder sometimes, to lay a shoulder to cry on. Because in the New Testament, in the early days of Christianity, there was no confession. So Christians would tell each other their sins or whatever, and they would kind of feel forgiven in a weird way. But later that kind of became part of the church, you know. So the way Christianity was ideologically set up to function was kind of like communism. And Karl Marx just removed Jesus and everything else from the equation. Because if you read the Bible and what Christ teaches, it's kind of like the idea that everyone is supposed to pile all of the food into one spot, and then whoever needs what, they're supposed to like take it. And that was also the case with food in the Old Testament. People would have these spots in cities where everyone would gather everything and then they would eat, you know, they would come, take stuff or get fed, and the concept of like buying and selling food and all that stuff that didn't really exist. But there used to be famines in the lands, so people from other lands would move into centers. For example, I think Israelites ended up in Egypt that way because there was a huge famine in Israel, and then they ended up being slaves. So, but one of the close buddies of the Pharaoh was a Jewish child who was abandoned by the family in Jerusalem because they had no food or the family was super evil. So when Egyptians invaded, they left the children in a pit or something, and those Egyptians found those children and they brought them back to Egypt. So throughout the years, those children learned Egyptian language, adapted, everything else, and one of the children became super close to the Pharaoh. And once the child was like 18 or something, basically his family that abandoned him came to Egypt from Israel, because in Israel there was a famine. And basically he held a grudge for like 3 days or whatever. They couldn't recognize him, but he recognized them. And he was kind of mean to them, you know, he was giving little food to them, but still he was feeding them. And after a while, he just broke down, and I think he just admits what happened and stuff like that. So later, he just gives a lot of food to them, and they bring that food to Israel. So the story goes like this. But yeah, that's Old Testament. I think that's even before Moses. Very infrequently told story, but very good and interesting. Mwah. I love how many cautionary tales and everything else there are in the Bible. It's ridiculous. It's amazing. It's almost a guide for whatever kind of situation you have in life on how to act and what to do and how karma works or God or whatever, you know, it's like. Moses? No, that it's another guy. Moses, interesting thing about Moses is that he killed a man when he was young, and he killed an Egyptian man. And in the Old Testament, it's like seen as a good thing in a fucked up way. So you kind of know that some parts of the Old Testament are inspired by Jewish tribalism, not God entirely. And that's also what God says in the New Testament, that in Old Testament, a lot of stuff taught and everything else is not directly influenced by God, but a lot of it is influenced by Jewish traditions. So the Jewish traditions get tied up in the Jewish religion, you know. So it's not completely 100% inspired by God. It's also inspired by people, and Jesus says that. Basically, Jesus simplifies religion extremely. The way we perceive religion is not what Jesus taught. Jesus teaches that you're not supposed to pray in the open. You're supposed to pray for, you know, secretly for yourself, like hidden somewhere. Because God is hidden, so you're supposed to like pray hidden, you know, not in an open area. And basically there are a lot of things like don't pray by repeating the same words over and over again, you know, pray in your own words and believe that you have received already what you want to receive. So the idea is like the positive thinking, you know, and the belief influences your reality. That kind of comes from Jesus. So, and one prayer that Jesus taught us is, Father who art in heaven, hallowed is thy name. So that's the prayer Jesus teaches, but he also tells you to pray in your own words and to not repeat the long sentences. And that's exactly what church teaches, you know, these long prayers and everything else, and these rituals that are actually not important according to Jesus, because they're inspired by tradition and humans, not really God, because God cares about other things, you know. And to a God, it's not really that important how you raise your hand or if you sit or kneel during the whatever, you know, is happening in the church. And when it comes to Eucharism, you know, Eucharist, what Jesus teaches is that what he says, right? This is my body and my blood that is given to you. Do this in remembrance of me or whatever. And what he does is basically he shares the food and the wine among the apostles. So the question remains, what the message was. Do we really need to do this Eucharist thing directly as they're doing it in the church? Or the idea is to share the food and the wine? That's the biggest question, because religion kind of has this very strong influence, the church, and they will never release it. But the church throughout the ages has also been perverted, especially when they were selling indulgence and selling the ability to forgive sins, which is extremely fucked up. And even nowadays, if a man and woman separate, if their marriage ends, the wife and the husband, they're not allowed to receive the Eucharist. So they're not allowed to receive the body of Christ because they have separated. So let's say the wife got beat by a husband and the wife wants to separate. So according to the church law, according to the Catholics, the wife is no longer allowed to receive the body of Christ. And, Jesus Christ himself, he forgave the sin of the adulterous woman when he said, cast the first stone, whoever has no sin. So Jesus forgives all of the sins except for one. It so says in the New Testament, And Catholic Church does not forgive every sin. Like the sin of separation kind of prevents you from receiving the body of Christ, which is, in my eyes, kind of extremely evil. It's like a sin committed that has no forgiveness, which makes no sense judging by Jesus. It's really kind of sacrilegious what the church is doing, but it really depends on your perspective. I think the secret lies within Jesus and his teachings, but you need to read the New Testament yourself to understand what is happening in there. And the church, it's the wide door. And as Jesus said, you're supposed to find the slim door to walk through. I used to go to Subway school, Sunday school, Subway school. We teach you to make sandwiches, where you learn all the stories of it. Yeah, but to the children, you're not being taught all of the Bible. Only the most beautiful parts, So there are a lot of things that are super interesting when you read it. Thank Rogas, I'll take that on board. Nice. I don't really believe, but who knows, maybe there's truth to the world and how reality works. Yeah, that's the complicated question, we never know. Was Jesus the main character of the simulation with superpowers? Was he like the main character in a single player game and he's like preparing to return? Like in an RPG, he's looking how his teachings work and then what I don't know. You see, when we're alive this day with the technology and the possibilities of technology, we always adapt religion to the modern view of how the world works, Nowadays we can simulate things, so we see it as like, oh, the reality is probably a simulation, and back in the day people were living in crap, so it's like suffer well, and I don't know, perception kind of changes depending on the time you're alive. And ironically enough, back in the day, people were not able to read. They didn't know how to read, so they couldn't read the Bible themselves. But nowadays, everyone can read, but barely anybody reads the Bible, even though it's like the most important book you can ever read. Basically, Jesus taught good lessons, but his fanboys became too crazy and started putting posters up and copying his every menial action, thinking it'll make them more like him. They're basically posers. Kinda, but there are a lot of divine inspirations, you know, like prophets, modern day prophets, etc. And even the Bible teaches that, you know, always look out for prophets, and there will be prophets in the future. So the divine communications with Mother Mary and Jesus Christ, like people seeing them, I don't know. If those apparitions have some kind of important messages, then okay, if they come true, maybe there's some truth to those words and those things, you know, but otherwise it's like questionable. Because with Catholicism, what is happening? Oh, Seretem Manint, thank you for the follow. Because you see, with Catholicism, there is a lot of underground influence of saints and all sorts of orders and monks and priests that have seen apparitions or have come with these traditions. For example, if you wear a certain thing when you die, you will not go to hell, but you will go into a purgatory. Like there's the brown scapular, I think. For example, like this is a Catholic teaching, right? Whosoever dies in this garment shall not suffer eternal fire. Like that's the idea, right? So basically there was some kind of order and they got super oppressed, and then Holy Mary appeared to them and she told them and gave them like this brown scapular. So according to Catholicism, if you wear this when you die, you will end up in purgatory and not in hell. So it's like these weird traditions, and you know, she said, he said, and things like that kind of allows you to bypass hell, which is a very questionable thing, you know. I don't know. Maybe it happened. I did not see that. But in Catholicism and in the tradition, there are many of these local, almost pagan inspired things that don't really fit the whole idea of Jesus Christ. Because when you read the New Testament, the most important thing forever is Jesus Christ. He's the key, and through him you can go to heaven, right? But when you go to church, like Saint Mary gets at it, all the saints, and Jesus Christ, it almost feels like he's getting pushed to the side, very interestingly. I don't know why that's happening. Is it like an evil infiltration of the church, or is it actually the good communicator of the humanities, Saint Mary? I don't know. Like, I wish it was easier to understand, but after reading the Bible, your perspective changes about Catholicism and Christianity and religion. And what happened to me was that I thought that I was gonna be a priest. I wanted to be a monk, or you know, one of those. But after reading the Bible, I kind of realized that Christianity is quite different than the traditions, and Jesus warned against adding human traditions and everything else, and you know, the certain actions that happen during Mass on Sundays, I don't know, are they really necessary? They become like these traditions, like these cooperative following, always like a hive mind of everyone is doing the same thing, almost like a dance, you know. But telling your sins to a priest instead of God and bettering yourself through God, I don't know. And unless you do that, only then can you receive the body of Christ. And then the church can take away your ability to receive the body of Christ. And it's like, what the hell? Like, Jesus Christ forgives everyone, you know, in the Gospels. And now in comes the church, like, no, this is not forgivable. It's like they become almost like above God and above Jesus, like in their teachings, and that's not good, I think. It's almost like a subscription-based model that shouldn't really happen. Jesus Christ is a very simple concept to understand and follow. Even a small child is supposed to understand the teachings of Christianity, you know. If it's super overcomplicated, you know, something went wrong somewhere, in my opinion. But that's just me. Maybe I'm misleading everyone, and I'm sorry if I'm doing that. Huge apologies. But everyone should read the Bible and just follow it themselves. But the problem is that Catholics have a lot of hidden texts hidden away, you know, and stuff, and we don't really know what is actually happening. I don't know. Like, you gotta subscribe to know the newest news of what heaven is saying and stuff. I don't know. Where am I? Where you'd learn all the stories of the Bible. Thanks, Rokas. I'll take that on board. I don't really believe, but who knows? Maybe there's truth to the world and how reality. Basically, Jesus taught us good lessons, but if they get divorced, she won't receive the body of Christ, but I'm sure she'll receive. Oh no. Yeah, the church turned the religion in on its head, pretty much. What's up? What's up? You need to be introspective and philosophical more often. It is interesting. Thank you. Fufu Senga corrupts with race politics and influence. I think that everything happens the way it is supposed to happen. Maybe you needed to hear this right now, and that's why these words are coming out. But it seems like there's a lot of darkness, and the light is coming, kind of going out of the world. But according to the prophecies, the youth will start to believe again, probably after the World War, but people will turn back to Christ after major crises. Right now, people are living lives that are a bit too good, you know, and everything is a bit too hedonistic. And I'm guilty of it, you know. That's just part of the way things are right now. Would you call yourself an atheist Christian? No, I'm 100% Christian. I'm 100% sure that there is a God and that Jesus Christ is the key. Everything surrounding him, like Saint Mary, the saints, and, you know, all of those other people, of course, we're supposed to venerate them and respect them. But in the Bible, it says that nobody comes to God but through Jesus. Only through Jesus can you come to God, right? And he was sent to the whole world, basically. But he himself, like Jesus himself says, that he was sent to the lost sheep of Israel, the tribes of Israel. And Europeans become the Christians. You know, Jews continuously stay Jews, so they don't admit Christ. But according to the prophecy, sooner or later, Jews will become Christian. But when Jesus was on the planet, before he accepted his, like, godhood and rose, well, he was already a god, I believe in that, like, while walking on the the ground, you know. He had ability, access to the console, ability to create food, to multiply it and stuff like that, the fishing and stuff like that, you know. But at certain parts, reading the Bible, there will be a lot of questionable things, and I think that faith comes into that. Because Jesus himself, he was prophesied before in the Old Testament, throughout the prophets, and there were a lot of prophets. They start talking about the upcoming Messiah that's gonna come and like lead the whole world into the certain path and whatnot. And the way the world is right now, there are no other examples. And considering how miraculously Christianity spread at the start, and how oppressed the Christians were, and how the first 12 apostles were okay with dying in gruesome deaths, and they never said that Jesus was not the truth, I believe that they also believed that he was Messiah, because they all died, almost all. I think one of the apostles managed to get away, but they all died because of Jesus, because of the faith, and they died in gruesome ways. But they never said that Jesus was not the truth. They were told that if you say that Jesus is not the truth, you will not die. They will not kill them, and you know, they will not torture them, but they never did. So the importance and belief and everything else was so important. It wasn't a scam, you know. People laid their lives over this stuff, and especially apostles. So yeah. But later the divine communication comes even in the Bible, like through Jesus, through apostles and everyone else. So in the New Testament, the book of Revelation, that was dictated to Prophet John the Revelator, and that was like the direct message of angels and God and everyone else, like laying out how the life would be until the end of the world. And it's super interesting. Like the book of Revelation, it's set to be until the end of the world. Of course, we get prophets even nowadays, people who are able to see from time to time, you know, who have very good track records. So, but the Bible also teaches us to look into these things and see if the prophets are truthful or not, if this stuff is coming true or not. So sometimes prophets are not even priests. Sometimes prophets are just regular, simple well diggers or simple people, like a baker or whatever, you know. So it's not always within the church. Sometimes the prophecies are coming from Catholics, sometimes Orthodox, sometimes they're coming from other Christian sects. You know, there are even prophecies in Hinduism, Buddhism, and other religions. But judging by track record, it seems like Christianity has the best one. I'm not very familiar with the Muslim prophecies and faith. I know some stuff, you know, but as much as I've seen, it seems like their miracles and their prophecies are a little bit more simple. Not to disrespect their religion and everything else, but, you know, in their book, the Quran, Jesus is a prophet. So Jesus is celebrated in Quran also, but they just don't consider him the Son of God. And Saint Mary is also very celebrated, like as a woman and respected. So I would say that Muslims and Christians have a lot more in common than Jews and Christians or Jews and Muslims. The problem is that everyone still considers Jews to be like God's chosen people, but that treaty gets broken by Christianity. New treaty exists, new chosen people become the Christians, and the Jews lose their divine right they had back in the day in the Old Testament. But a lot of these evangelicals in United States and the politicians, they're owned by AIPAC and they're owned by certain groups, and they probably only have read the first part of the Bible, where it goes like, Jews are the chosen people. But it's like, once you read through all the Bible, at the end it goes like, Jews are no longer the chosen ones. And a very significant historical fact also happens during the time of Jesus' death. Because what happens was that there's a civil war and an attempt by Judea to become an independent country. So Judeans, Jews in Israel, end up killing a lot of Roman soldiers because they were occupants. And then Rome sends a lot of armies and super strength and power towards Israel, and they end up killing so many Jews. As much as the eye can see, they just killed Jews, Romans. And then what they did was they ransacked the Second Temple, and they destroy all the recordings of Jewish bloodline. So Jesus dies, and like I don't know, it happened almost after Jesus' death. So the Christianity ends up forming. Jesus dies on the cross, he rises. Then Romans come, they destroy the Second Temple, they murder shitloads of Jews. And Israel kind of gets scattered throughout the world, And they are no longer able to connect their birthright by the tribe, because throughout the Old Testament, throughout the Jewish faith, when reading the Old Testament, you will see these pages and pages of Abraham was born to Ishmael, Ishmael was born to that and that, that was born to that and that. That's the bloodline following of the Jews, because in Jewish faith, you are born into this faith and into a tribe and whatnot. But ever since those times, after Jesus, becomes available for everyone, then Judaism kind of dies. But it gets resurrected later, and nowadays Jews also follow their bloodlines. But there are a lot of Ashkenazi Jews, there's a lot of mixing, Slav Jews, German Jews, Jews from Israel, some. But they're tracing back their bloodline by the mothers nowadays, not by the fathers like ancient Israelites. And ancient Israelites, ancient Hebrews were white people, judging by their names and the descriptions of the Old Testament. You will see that if you ever read that. But that's the significance and the significant fact of the Messiah that comes to die for the whole world and not only for the Jews. Because in the Old Testament also there were burnt offerings, there were sacrifices that came from animals, So Jews, even to this day, if they want their sins forgiven, they're supposed to transfer the sins to a chicken or to whatever else and kill it. That's the way their sins get forgiven, or sacrifice an animal. So with Jesus, he was supposed to be the last sacrifice, and we as people put our sins on him. So we no longer need to kill animals, you know, to get rid of our sins. We can do it directly through Jesus and through God, because he was the last sacrifice, a human sacrifice, who is also a God sacrifice, because in the Bible, in the New Testament, Jesus is referred to the Son of Man and the Son of God. So he's both, which is very interesting, but it's like a hidden secret in the New Testament. So that's what I mean, you know. But we still have these sects of Jews who don't recognize Christ as the Messiah. And they continue, and they will continue until they get converted sooner or later. At some point, I think the idea, and there's like a prophecy, that the end of the world will only come once the gospel will be spread to every end of the world. Like every, you know, person or whatever, every country will know about Jesus Christ and the Bible, and we're kind of getting close to it. And the most mind-blowing thing is that when you read these texts, right, 2,000 years ago, it all started with Jesus Christ and 12 apostles, right? 13 people. That's it, 13 people. And it's a worldwide phenomena. And it spread very difficultly. After it got the power, it spread through the sword also. You know, but that's not what Jesus ever intended or God ever intended. It was the bloodthirst of the Christians to spread by sword, which was the wrong way to do it. The church is 100% an evil institution. There's a reason about it and a history to when and why, but that's way too much to type on a phone. True. Zerete Manadin, my brain comprehends. Hello, big man. My roommate just returned from the gym. He's very strong now. My brain comprehends the concept, but I can't explain it. You can buy land in heaven for $1,000. That's awesome. I'll add it to my portfolio, the land I bought on the moon. Thank you. He brought me some. Oh, chocolate! Thank you. I love my roommate. He's the best. He brings me chocolate. So yeah. I'm super stoked right now. Got some chocolate. Is God all-powerful? This is gonna be that ancient question. Can he create a stone that is more heavier than he can lift? And there's a very simple answer to that. And if you're a person of a philosophical mind, you can easily answer that. I will answer that question if you want to. I really love this question because it's quite easy to answer. I think the church's concept of God pollutes how people think of God, and it traps people into debate topics like, is he all powerful? But I'll play devil's advocate and say yes. Jesus was the original Donald Trump. That's awesome. You're making me want to read the Bible. It's very difficult. It's a very difficult book to read. I read it like 7 times. I studied it quite intensely. It's especially after the Old Testament. After you finish the Old Testament, you will be left with a bad taste in your mouth. Like there is no salvation for anyone. But through New Testament, you get a new hope. So that's nice. Usually, when I want to read the Bible nowadays, I just read the New Testament because the message is so much better than the old one. But if you're interested in everything, you know, the whole story, read all of it. It's a very big book. It's 60 books or 66 books put into one. It's giant. Should probably use this. You can see my face a little bit better. Can he create a rock that he can't lift up? I will answer this to you, like, in a second. Yes, I myself solely solved this word equation and I've never had anyone to share it with. That's why I bet yes, he can. So he's not all powerful because he can't create. You're just thinking in negatives. You can also think in positives. Your wish to deny God makes you believe and say that he can't. But if you're religious, you will say this: he can lift the rock. He can create a rock that he cannot lift, but he can boost his power so much that he's able to lift the rock. His power can be put on a scale, like on a meter, you know? He can slide it up and down. So he can slide it down. At this point, he's not able to lift the rock. He can change everything, like he's the creator. He can change the, you know, size of the rock. He can change his power. So if the God is all powerful, and you know, that's the concept of a God, he can do anything. When you say he can't do anything, you know, that's because you're looking at this perspective of how to deny the God, you know, how to deny the idea of a God. And if you're looking for stuff like denial, you will always find it. But if you look for stuff where you can admit it, you will find stuff you can see and do and things like that. That's very wrong. I solved this problem. He can't live if he chooses to. The problem of God is choice. That's the answer. I don't really know how this answers my question. If he chooses not to lift it, the problem of God is choice. If you can't understand it, that's okay. I'm an atheist, but I solved that logic puzzle. And the meaning behind it trickles down to our lives. The problem of life is choice. I'm an existentialist. I'm really enjoying all this, Rogus. It's very stimulating and educating. That's nice to hear. But that's choice. I asked if he could lift up the rock. Yes, he could. And he can create a rock he cannot pick up. And then he can modify himself to pick up the rock. It's like you're asking me to describe finite thing. Now you're asking me to describe an infinite thing in finite means. If God is not out of this world, he's infinite and all-powerful, you know, and you're trying to put God in these brackets. How do you create an infinite, all-powerful being in a setting where he is not all-powerful? What do you expect to happen? You know, you might end up with Jesus, kinda, but still he had supernatural powers compared to any other human being, you know. So, but that logic puzzle breaks itself very easily, because it's like asking a thing that is impossible or doesn't fit the logic. It's like, oh, can you create water that is not wet? Oh, you cannot create water that is not wet. Then you're gay. Gotcha. Now you're gay. I don't need to put headphone jack in the AAA battery slot. Does Jesus have a workout routine? I want those chiseled abs. Jesus was a woodworker or a mason. It's not mentioned directly in the Bible, I think, but he had some kind of physical labor job related to building things. So he probably worked with his body. Keep in mind, he was able to carry the cross after being beat up and tortured through the desert, which were two woods, like two trees, for a very long distance. So physically, he was super strong. His body was very well worked out and chiseled and built because he was doing some kind of physical labor. So he failed because he could lift up the rock. That's not failed. And what do you mean failed? You cannot describe God in human terms. Even in the Bible it says, Book of Job. Book of Job explains this very well. You cannot describe or even ask God about the fundamental workings of the universe. You will never comprehend it as a human, because human mind and human brain is not set up for infinite wisdom of a God. You can check out parts of the universe, you can, dip your toes into sciences and everything else, Every day the science keeps expanding, we keep finding out new things, ad infinite. Probably it's going to grow infinitely, right? Because not everything is visible, not everything is that easy. But the idea is that as a human, you should not probably even be asking or trying to figure out or understand God, because the concept of a God is beyond human comprehension. It's kind of like asking that question about a heavy rock, but in reverse. Putting the question in a human concept and the human, possibility of reality and human limitations. So as much as you're asking that question, it's impossible to ask the question in the first place. That's where you go wrong. It's not the God who is incorrect by not being able to lift the rock. It's you creating incorrect wording and the philosophy and the idea for an infinitely powerful and infinitely wise thing that is basically everything, You cannot set it to gravity, you cannot set it to human concepts of physics and reality. It makes no sense. Sorry. Hey, I need to sleep but I'm gonna listen. Don't start saying stuff that will get me fired. The walls are thin. Okay, sorry. Are earthquakes good? Earthquakes are. Was Jesus on Tren or some other Jews? That's a very good... Okay. Let's learn to think philosophically about this, right? Are earthquakes good? So what would Jordan Peterson say? What is good? Please describe good. What do you mean by good? So that's what I'm also gonna ask you. Zeretem manint. What do you mean by good? Because, you know, back in the day, homosexuality was seen as bad. Nowadays, it's seen as good. So society kind of influences what good is. So right now, that is the question, right? What is good according to you? When you ask this question, what are you asking? Yeah, so good is the best thing you could do. Are earthquakes the best thing you could do? Earthquakes they differ in strength. So if you describe an earthquake by its strength, good earthquake is very strong. Bad earthquake is very weak, because, you know, the shaking describes the power, the frequency of the shakes, and the strength describes how powerful an earthquake is. So a good earthquake is very powerful, a bad one is weak, I guess. Oh, hell nah, dude. I mean, you just don't want to understand me. I do. But the description of good can change from person to person. What do you mean exactly when you ask, are earthquakes good? That's kind of like asking, are hurricanes good? Is drowning in the ocean good? And, you know, stuff like, are children dying of cancer good? And stuff like that. And then you ask about perspective. And the perspective of a person who hates humanity and wants to destroy as much population as possible, cancer, hurricanes, earthquakes, everything else, it's a good thing. From a perspective of a person, you know, me and you dying in those circumstances, that's bad. But that's bad for us, because that's all we have, this body, you know. So it really depends on the perspective. So whose perspective are we judging from, and, you know, things like that? Those are the questions. Okay, so did God create everything? I'd say so, yeah. Which God? Oh shit, I didn't notice, it's Kratos. Hello, Kratos. Nice to meet you. Today, I will be defending Christianity. The God you believe in. Yeah. If you were a woman, Rokas, we'd be getting married. I know. Too bad. I heard nowadays you can change your sex very easily. So, my sister died of cancer when I was 11. Since then, I'm not sure if I believe in God anymore. Hello. Yeah. Personal traumas will always affect you, but I don't know if there's a single person who hasn't experienced like something bad in their lives. Sadly. And we always put whatever happened to us as the most important thing to us, because that makes sense. We are we, right? But there are many lives, and there are many people with many different problems and things. So we should look at what unites us in our pain, kinda, right? If that makes sense. So everyone is gonna sense pain, and usually it's a learning experience in a way. In a way, pain is an example, or bad events are an example on how not to act and which routes not to take to end up in a bad place, if we can correct it, right? Through our thoughts, in our minds, or some other way. It's part of life, that's for sure, but family and friends helped me back then, and not my faith in God. You see, with a lot of my traumatic experiences, like, God gave me the armor. Like, what made me strong was God. And when you have God's armor, you can face a lot of horrible stuff. You can go into danger sometimes, you know, even sometimes to be irrational. Like, you can over trust God sometimes. But if you trust Him, it's like whatever happens, you know, it's the will of God, and that's the path of God. So the road set for you by the events, and the way you react to those events is the experiment, it's the test. And that's what reality is, with all its flaws, with all of these emotions that sometimes make us want to drop to our knees and scream and cry. It's part of the reality, and it's part of the experiment, because we were given the free will by God, and God is experimenting with us, seeing how we would react in one or another test or opportunity, because we are all in this reality, in this gaming world, you know, with our free will. And why do we have free will? Because God wants friends, I guess. That's the ultimate test. Who will He choose to be with in heaven when there's perfection and everyone's healthy and everyone's always well dressed and well fed and everything's perfect? I think that's the general idea. God was kind of feeling lonely, so He created angels, but angels were the expansion of His own wisdom, so they didn't really have free will. And then He created humanity, and humans have their own free will, and that free will God also set, or maybe He created the adversary, Satan, for that purpose, to lure us into sin, to cause us to sin, because everything is a test. Satan is an angel, in a way, and it's said in the Bible that he will be cast down at some point and locked in hell. So, for the free will test, there are always two paths, and it all makes sense, because in every situation, in every test, you're supposed to choose right or wrong. Because reality as a concept is too crazy to exist. When you think about it scientifically, there should be nothing. Forever and ever, as far as the eye can see, forever, everything bound. It's nothing. Sorry, but the fact that we exist means that anything can exist. That means that you can come up with everything. Imagine how strange it is when you're being born, you know, and you're learning about the world. How crazy is everything? You have feet, you have legs, you have eyes, you have nose. We're used to it, you know. We got adapted into this, you know. It's a common thing. Every day you wake up. But in reality, everything could have been different. Like the planets could be square. Gravity could have been different. You can express everything in maths. Human simulations show that on a computer you only need 0 and a 1, and you can create worlds and everything else. So I guess God in His infinite wisdom created everything and multiplied everything through 1 and 0. Because you can see Fibonacci sequence everywhere in nature. The sacred mathematics, you know, and everything kind of separates that way. So I guess in the beginning, God, He always existed. He's beyond time. And he is able to always create these different rules and different worlds. We don't know how many times reality got destroyed and created, but that's the basic setting at the end of the reality to me and for me. God is the setting that is always constant. God is a constant. He's the creator. He has the ability to shape the reality however he wants. He can do anything. He can send himself in a human form, in a human body to be birthed and, to exist. That's my headcanon. And he used the maths, the Fibonacci sequence, or 0 and 1, the opposites in a way, plus and minus and whatever, to create the reality. That's the reality we reside in. We always have a choice, positive, negative, neutral, and stuff like that in our life and our world, And if you collect enough good boy points, if you're trying to be as good as possible in your life, since God has given you a free will, he no longer needs to talk to himself, like talking to angels or, these divine beings we don't comprehend. So with humans, Jesus will be able to celebrate in the heaven, to eat tasty foods, just like he did after he rose from the dead. Because God's manifestation is Jesus. It's his avatar, right? And keep in mind, God created human in what shape? God created a man in the shape of himself. So that means Jesus and God exist beyond time and space. Like Jesus always existed, even though he starts on earth in certain time, he goes to heaven, and from then on out, he exists forever outside of reality. That's my concept and that's my understanding. So when he creates a human, he does it through his own image, because he's Jesus. Of course. It's so simple. It all makes sense, And that's my headcanon. But yeah, reality is bound by maths, by gravity, by certain settings, by certain tests of every human being, earthquakes, horrible stuff happening. But the end point of a human is always death. Like, it's that simple. If you die in an earthquake, if you die in torturing yourself, if you die, every other way. Right now, reality is divided between God's word, God's teaching in the books, in the holy texts, versus Satan. Satan is kind of taking the top through hedonism, through technology, through, betterment of everyone's life. But sooner or later, the cycle will repeat. Shit will hit the fan, and everyone will be in pain again. And that's when testing people is the best, when everything is super difficult. Right now, my life is comparatively easy. But if I had to go out into the fields and survive by eating bugs or, worms or fishing and going hungry or, riding around the world looking for food or whatever, dodging war, dodging rockets, dodging bullets, dodging insanity of bloodthirst of people, that's where my true self would shine, Would I end up stealing the food? That's where you're put on the setting of a test, in the most difficult opportunities and surroundings, Right now, it's easy to test people when it's like everything's abundant. Of course, people will probably not steal, You can go to the store, buy something. You can get money from the government. You can do something, But a correct setting for the test really sets you up for the test and to test you correctly. And that's what God does. Throughout the world, throughout the history, shit hits the fan, people rise, bad people rise, good people get rid of bad people without even killing them nowadays, you know. We have prisons. Like, think about how much we have developed thanks to Christian religion and ideology that we consider killing wrong. So we just let criminals try to change their ways. So, and that happens because of the individualism and the idea of Christianity in the West. I believe that's the reason. I don't know. Okay, let's scroll up. I missed so many things. Yeah, so good is the best thing you could do. Advance in the society. I always screw up and I cannot find where I'm supposed to read the chat. So God created earthquakes. Earthquakes are not good. Don't ask me what is considered good. 20 people die every year from earthquakes. Is that good? Is that what would an all good and all loving God would do? Okay. It's a very good question. I love this question because that's what when kids they're, you know, out in the playing grounds, you know, playing around, they kind of come up with these questions. They rarely ever evolve them into deeper, like, philosophical questions, but it's good. Like, this is the basis. You're a rational man and you're very, very good at asking this. But the problem is that you're lacking the fundamentals of religion and Christianity. And like having read the Bible. A lot of this stuff is kind of explained. Because in the Old Testament, God does not care about human life at all. He will like destroy a city like this, bam, city's gone, bam. Oh, you sinned, you're dead, you know. And it was a common theme. The idea was that you're supposed to like kill every evil to destroy evil by root. You uproot it, you remove it from the society. But the problem is that evil kept multiplying infinitely. And being evil is like a fundamental part of humanity. Because, okay, you have Adam and Eve, right? They screw up in the paradise. They get led astray by Satan. They get thrown onto the earth where, you know, the test begins. Everything's ass. And then they have two children, Cain and Abel. And basically, Cain grows... I'm afraid to mix this up. But Cain basically kills Abel, his brother. And that's the first humanity, that's the first humans on earth. Why did he kill his brother? Because God looked positively on the sacrifice of Abel. So Cain got jealous. Jealousy is part of the free will that drives us. So Cain kind of fucked up the test. And he got the mark of Cain so that he would live the rest of his life with the mark of Cain on his forehead, so that no living animal would eat him or destroy him, but he would end up having to live with that idea for the rest of his life, the evil what he did to his brother. And why did God look positively on Abel's sacrifice? In the book, the Genesis book, it said that one of them sacrificed wheat and the other guy sacrificed an animal. I think Abel sacrificed an animal, but that's not what's important. And a lot of people, when reading this part, they screw up because they think that God loves animals, like animal sacrifice more. The reason why is because one of them was growing wheat, other guy was growing animals. One guy sacrificed the best he produced, and the other guy sacrificed either medium or the worst of his crop. So God looked positively on a person who sacrificed the best things that he managed to produce. Right, that's the idea. But what does that show? That shows that humanity, in its current setting of the testing, will always fuck up. It's like a built-in problem with humanity of the free will. We can be led astray very easily by either our emotions, either jealousy and other stuff. And it continues from the start of the creation to these days. We all have these same emotions. We all go through these same tests. Sometimes we curse God, sometimes we curse our neighbors and whatnot. So we are fundamentally broken as humans. And through Jesus Christ, we can change and adapt and become better. That's the idea. But it took forever for religion to evolve until we reached that point. So, going back to this message, okay? So God created earthquakes, yes. God created everything. So everything that is bad or good, it's part of God. But it's basis of the test. It's basis of an example for others how to act and not to act. Like, maybe don't build a house on a cliff where there are, mountains. Maybe don't do this. Maybe use your logic, maybe don't build a house where there's flooding and things like that, And some things you cannot avoid. Some diseases, through technology, we're getting rid of them, kinda. But bad things will always happen, and they will happen to good people. That's part of the test. And where you go after this test is the question. Where you get led. So, earthquakes are not good. Don't ask me what is considered good. 20,000 people die every year from earthquakes, yes. But for God, human life is very not important, but at the same time is super important. Because of the free will, you can always turn around and you can become good. So that's important for God, because he's kind of like racing against Satan. But also, like, the overall test is for God himself, so that he could test out the good humans, but that they would also have free will, so that God would not be talking to himself, but he would be interacting with his creation, so it wouldn't be as boring. That's my basic idea. But once again, like, reading the Old Testament for God to destroy whole cities and everything else, look at the perspective from the God. Imagine you're a God, as sacrilegious as this sounds, right? But you have created a piece of shit. Just kidding, but you have created something, right? Like a child or whatever, or an art piece, an artwork, and you hate the way this artwork has turned out. If it's a child, you will correct the child, right? So you will probably punish the child. That's what God is doing, you know. From the cosmos at the top, it multiplies to the bottom. So if you created an art piece and it turned out shitty, you cannot unfuck the canvas. You have to throw it out. So with certain things, it's possible to change. With certain things, the best outlook is to destroy it and start anew. And God has destroyed humanity and society many times before. Noah's flood, Sodom and Gomorrah, for example, a city, and previous societies through pestilence, wars, and things like that. When Israel was evil, when Israel became evil, God would send prophets. You know, prophets would warn everyone in society that they had turned away from God, that they have, you know, strayed away from the basis. They have adapted different gods from different cultures and whatnot. And to correct them, he would send like wars or other tribes against them. And Israel continuously fucks up non-stop. It's like a cycle for them. And it's the same for every human being, you know. We're trying to correct ourselves, we fuck up, we try to correct ourselves. But God being all good, usually, especially nowadays, in the modern world, the destructions went a bit too far. Especially in the Old Testament with the flooding, Noah's flood. God promises himself and Noah and humanity that he will not destroy humans in water again. Like this time it would be fire, the next destruction, right? But he would not flood the earth ever again. And to remind himself of this promise, he creates a rainbow. So the rainbow is a promise and a sign for himself, for God to remember, so that he would not destroy humans by flooding anymore. This time it will be fire. But still, like, you know, the destruction is always at the back of his head, because it's easy to start with a new canvas, and then again we don't know how many times the reality got destroyed and rebuilt and stuff like that. So that's my idea of God. He created us and he has full right to destroy us, and it's easy for him. Like 20,000 people, screw it, like boom, they're all dead, you know. But we as humans, from our perspective, like our life to us is everything. And you know, and for God, if he's testing out and only picking the best ones, the evil ones go to hell, which is kind of described as separation from God. So maybe there is torture there, I don't know. But maybe there is not. Maybe it's purgatory. Who knows? Maybe it's like a prison until you learn. So when you're asking, is that good? For God, it's like, yeah. He knows where souls come from. He knows where souls go. If you have created everything, it's like, yeah. You can create them again. You can destroy them again. You have infinite wisdom. In your eyes, you're doing everything correctly. But to us, it's like, oh, it's the worst thing. This is all I have, you know. So our perspective, it's a super bad thing. But from God's perspective, maybe this will teach other people to not act like those people who died there or whatever. Or maybe even, you know, it was time for those people to go. Maybe they will end up in heaven. If they would not have died during that time frame, maybe later they would end up perverted or whatever, and they would not end up in heaven. Maybe they would end up in hell. There's so much philosophy that can happen here. It's insane. Is that what an all good and all loving God would do? It's part of reality. It's just material. You see, the body is material. It hurts. Yeah. For the soul, stuff is different. We are super attached to our bodies, you know. However, I think everyone should believe in whatever he wants as long as it helps him and gives him strength. Sure. As long as you don't see your belief in any god to harm others, of course. Yes, yes. I'm not sure if maybe there were some Christian groups that were harming others, especially during the Crusades, right? But it goes against Jesus Christ's teaching so much, it's ridiculous how the church managed to turn it around. You know, anything can be used for evil. It's that simple. Even religion, even Christianity, that obviously teaches not to kill, people will always learn. Imperators, dictators, and others, you know, they will always learn how to use religion for their own benefits. Oh yeah, the God old free will. Well, is that not the case? What you say about God is possible, but it's also possible that there is no God. To some, it depends on the perspective. To me, there is a God. Will he ever respond to me? I already did. And you're dodging my questions. I did not get to them yet. There are other beliefs which also don't believe in killing people. Sure. Some of them are a lot older than Christianity. Christianity kinda evolved. If you said Christianity at 2000 years ago, sure, but Jesus Christ was prophesied in older Hebrew texts. So Christianity starts with Genesis, with the world's creation. So that's when it starts. Sure, Hinduism is older, probably, I don't know. Even Genesis and the creation myths and old stories in the Old Testament sometimes were borrowed from other cultures by the Jews. Well, the Israelites. The Israelites. Name Jew, it's a very late concept. Such a good God, bro doesn't even care. Why do you put this word good? It's... You imagine that God is all good. Sure, but he's able to like cause bad, you know, the destruction. If in your perspective that's a bad thing, but in God's infinite wisdom, I'm sure that the end point of the destruction was for the good to take hold. As fucked up as that sounds. The flood never happened. It did. And the flooding myths are recorded in many different cultures. And they all say that there was a guy who built some kind of boat and survived. And it's a common theme. Not only in Israelite, Hebrew old books, even Egyptians and Zoroastrian. I'm not sure, but you can look it up. Many different cultures have that myth. Saying that earthquakes are good is super fucked up. Not really. I'm not saying they're good. Like, from human perspective, they're awful. From God's perspective, I don't know. Then why am I still alive? What do you mean? You will have to expand on that. I mean, even if you did your worst, how much damage can you really cause in your current state, you know? You don't control the nuclear buttons. You're not in charge of a country. You cannot invade another country. You can go kill a couple of people, but you will end up in jail. Then you will have many long years to think about people you hurt, because the way you are philosophically, you always associate everything with your humankind, you know? So that will all really fuck you up. So I guess you're fundamentally good, and that's a good thing, you know? But anyone at any point can cause bad things to happen to others. It's really not complicated. It's very easy to be bad. It's difficult to be good a lot of the time. So yeah. I typed that when you said that their time came or they died because they would have turned away from God. That's also the exact same idea I had when I was 15. I was prepared to die at that point. I kind of was on my height, you know, at the height of my belief, of my Christian belief. I was super deep into religion, super faithful. But I guess now at this point, throughout my life as I lived, I'm pretty certain that I have moved at least a couple of people towards Christianity. So maybe that was my purpose. You never know what your purpose is gonna be later. Maybe you will save some people who will be important in the future. Maybe you will change some people's minds one way or another. Maybe you will prevent someone from killing himself, which in turn will prolong his life and make that person change his ways. You never know. Everything is always complicated, and I really like the idea of a butterfly effect. Like, even, let's say, a person is never born. Let's say that a female decides to have an abortion. That child not being born already influences people around him, like the mother, maybe the father, the close family. And the trauma, the sadness, and stuff like that, it might make the mother change her ways. So nothing is really as simple as this is a clump of cells, this is not important, that is not important. Everything is as important as you want it to be. And when, you know, making choices and moving things one way or another, even an unborn child can change the world in a way, in a weird way. Because it can make the mother change her ways. So everything happens for a reason. Whatever happens for a reason. Earthquake, lightning, horrible shit happens for a reason. You know, you get an opportunity to help those people. You get an opportunity to help the survivors, to rebuild their homes. You get an opportunity to help a single mother or whatever, you know. You get a possibility to do a good deed, let's say. So that way your testing also improves or declines or stays neutral or whatnot. So if you look at everything through this perspective, that's the way cookie crumbles. And I will go to sleep now. Thank you for the follow and good night. I hope this was interesting.